Welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are finalizing our maps for the Assembly. Very exciting. We have some refinements to look at for various regions of the state. They should be posted. All proposals should be posted by now. We will be also looking at next steps after we finalize the Assembly. And then so I'll be checking in with Commissioner Anderson, who will be leading that discussion. And with that, let's go to roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Aquí.
Commissioner Taylor.
Estoy aquí.
And Commissioner Toledo.
And I am here as well.
Roll call is complete, Chair.
And we have a quorum. Thank you. With that, we're going to begin by just checking in with our next chair. So after we complete the assembly, we're going to move forward with the congressional maps, is my understanding. And so I want to check in with Commissioner Anderson as she and Vice Chair Kennedy will be leading the next phase, and then also so we can have a discussion about where we're headed, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'll be the chair starting tomorrow and for the rest of the week. And so today's assembly. Tomorrow we jump into congressional, and tomorrow we'll actually give you the full sort of how the week's going to lay out. But basically, there'll be a summary tomorrow of what's going on, and we will then jump into the entire Southern California. So we'll review what's going to happen, and you'll get all the details at that point. So please keep on tuning in. Anything else you want to say, Commissioner Kennedy? No. Okay, great. So thank you very much, Chair. That's just a very short, and we'll jump into everything tomorrow.
Thank you, and I do know that I think the Finals Maps Committee is also working on a plan, and with the chair, and that was part of the discussion that we'll maybe have tomorrow, Commissioner Anderson, or as you work through your process.
Yeah, it won't be necessary a full blown presentation, but there'll be some changes and things. So we'll give you the whole sort of rundown of what happens try to give you an idea of what's going to happen each day, realizing that. Depending on how things move, the timing of it, it might either move up or move back. But we'll give you the whole rundown this next week. So we will start in the south and then move progressively north.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So with that, I did hear from commissioners and from the public that we would like to hear more public comment. So I am going to open up the lines for 30 minutes, and we are going to hear public comment from the public on our maps before we hit the road and start working on our iterations, or rather refinements for the iterations. And hopefully that will help to give us some additional feedback on these maps. We did receive over actually hundreds and hundreds of written testimony over the last couple of days over the weekend. Those have been posted on the Airtable. Commissioners have been reading them all weekend, and it's a lot. It's a lot of feedback from all over California. We appreciate it. Keep it coming. We will continue to see it. I know staff is posting it as quickly as they possibly can onto the Airtable, but we also want to hear people through our public testimony form. So we are going to open the lines for 30 minutes. Christian, and let's Let's
So-
start hearing public comment.
So we will, just to clarify, Chair, we will be taking calls until what time, please?
We're going to be closing the lines in 30 minutes, so the people who can get into the queue in the next 30 minutes will be heard.
At what time would you like me to close the lines, please?
Okay, 1:37.
At 1:37, we will close the lines. Understood.
Thank you. So we're giving the public an opportunity to provide public comment on our iterations that we made public yesterday and that we worked through on Saturday. And with that, we want to hear from California and hear what they have to say. Also, if there's any public comment on our schedule for the next couple of weeks, that would be appreciated, as well as I have been seeing quite a bit of public comment coming in from community groups asking to be able to provide comment on the schedule as well.
Just a moment. I will get ready for public comment here. Stand by. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 884-6542-9407 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate that you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk." Press *6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And just double checking, Chair, are we doing 1.5 minutes for public comment?
We're doing 1.5 minutes, yes.
Thank you. We have a plethora of public who would like to comment. We will be enforcing a 1.5 minute time limit with a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. Up first, we've got caller 0569, and after that will be caller 7952. Caller 0569, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Commissioners. I am extremely, my name is Nancy, and I'm extremely upset to see the assembly map for Santa Clarita. It makes absolutely no sense. Santa Clarita is the third largest city in the county, and it deals with issues distinctly different from the city of Los Angeles, like wildfires and public safety power shutoff. Santa Clarita is surrounded by national forests, and it should be in an assembly district with its neighboring communities and those who share similar characteristics. Putting Santa Clarita with a white affluent area in this of the city of Los Angeles will lead to unique concerns, and we would be ignored because they will be focused on a wealthier neighborhood that is almost over an hour away. Please put Santa Clarita in its own assembly district with its neighbor, and not put Santa Clarita with the wealthiest neighborhood of Los Angeles that will drown out our voices. In addition, I want to add that doing this will cause an influx of crime, fires, and chaos with the current assembly map. We can't be properly represented against a large independent municipality of Los Angeles. The families, businesses, and residents here will suffer with this map. And I only hope that you understand that you guys would be the ones to live with this for making this decision. Thank you so much.
Up next, we've got caller 7925, and after that will be caller 1965. Caller 7925, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ulysses, and I'm calling today to ask the members of the California Redistricting Commission to please protect the voices of our Latino families in California by restoring the 2 Latino seats in Los Angeles, representing particularly the communities of East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights. What you've done with the latest map of iterations is to essentially suppress the voices of communities that have fought for so long to make sure that the voices of the families that are within those communities have been heard. Failing to restore those 2 seats, the 2 Latino seats, will be an insult to the Latino leaders who have fought for so many years to overcome historic gerrymandering efforts that were guided by racist principles to ensure that the voices of these families were not represented in our branches of government, preventing Latino families from making their voices heard on important issues that impact their quality of life, such as environmental justice, access to affordable, sustainable housing, and access to quality education. The
30
Latino
seconds.
community deserves this representation to be in place, and we ask you in the commission who have the power today to help preserve those voices and help empower those families whose voices need to be heard in Sacramento. And I thank you for your time.
Up next, we've got caller 1965. And after that will be caller 0141. Caller 1965. Please follow the prompts. One more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 1965. If you could please unmute. Go ahead.
Great. Am I unmuted?
You are. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me, folks? Great. Fantastic. Hello, commissioners. My name is Steph Dominguez-Walton, and I've been a resident of Oakland's Rockridge neighborhood for 17 years. I proudly serve as the president of the Rockridge District Association. We represent and advocate for the small business owners in our district. Unfortunately, in your adjustment for a COI in Emeryville, you split another COI, the Rockridge neighborhood. Rockridge has deep economic connections from our retail district along College Avenue. Rockridge has its very own media market, the Rockridge News, which is hand-delivered to 5,500 homes in our designated neighborhood boundaries. Rockridge shares transportation via the Rockridge BART station, plus bike lanes and bus lines that stretch to Berkeley. Rockridge residents associate themselves as North Oaklanders, meaning our preference would be to stay with the following neighborhoods: Piedmont Avenue, Temescal, Golden Gate, Longfellow, Bushrod, and Santa Fe. These neighborhoods are nestled between Emeryville and Piedmont and along the Berkeley border. Most importantly, we want to stay unified as North Oakland, and we appreciate you taking our request into consideration. Thank you so much.
Up next, we've got caller 0141, and after that will be caller 3241. Caller 0141. Please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Sanchez, and I am a concerned resident from North Hollywood. My community has been continually split for years, and it was looking like the commission was going to unify as one district. The commission gave directions to do that, and it was ignored. The North Hollywood community is made up of 3 LA City Council neighborhoods: NoHo, West Hollywood, NoHo West, North Hollywood, Northeast, and NoHo North NC. We have asked you to put in Toluca Lake, and you split our community to achieve that with less than a third of the community being put with Toluca Lake. We should be with other communities like Van Nuys and Sun Valley. And I ask that you please unite us and all of our community. Just note of caution, please be wary of the group VICA that purports to speak for the San Fernando Valley. It is a collection of corporate businesses, and it does not represent the will of our voices and marginalized immigrant communities. Their maps were made with no public input and no community engagement. They do not represent the Valley. Please use the November draft maps as a base for refinement, and don't use the current visualizations, which irrevocably wreck the Valley and our community ties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3241. and after that will be caller 2711. Caller 3241, if you could please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi there. I'm just calling in on the congressional maps for Orange County, especially the coastline. It doesn't make any sense to split Orange County's beach cities with LA or San Diego because none of those communities have anything in common with Orange County. Because LA and Orange County are like two different worlds when it comes to how their communities are operated and how their economies and tourism go. And the same thing with San Diego. I mean, San Diego is not even right there at the border. There's Camp Pendleton and then the next San Diego city after San Clemente. So keeping Orange County together, especially the beach cities, and keeping inland cities, because I mean, what does an inland city have in common with a beach city? And so we just want the beach cities to stay together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 2711. After that will be caller 4201. Caller 2711. The time has come to press star 6. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eunice Song, and I'm the Executive Director of the Korean American Coalition Los Angeles. It's a nonprofit organization in the heart of Koreatown that has advocated for the civic and civil rights interests of the Korean American community since 1983. KAC is a member of the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force, as well as a member of the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council, which is part of the AAPI and AMEMSA Redistricting Collaborative. Currently, Koreatown Los Angeles is not kept whole, but rather we are split at every single state level of redistricting. Please unify Koreatown as referred to in the shapefile previously submitted by the AAPI and AMEMSA State Redistricting Collaborative. The COI of Koreatown needs to be kept whole, and the community has overwhelmingly supported this, as evidenced by nearly 5,000 signatures to unify Koreatown. Even Los Angeles City Redistricting has recognized Koreatown, and the council will vote to finalize it this week. We request the same at all state levels. Koreatown is made up predominantly of renters, while the neighboring areas are homeowners, and residents have shared socioeconomic characteristics and have cultural similarities. They go to the same churches, schools, and same shopping centers and restaurants. Importantly, the AAPI community of the area share policy concerns. Koreatown deserves a single elected official, as it traditionally has at all state levels. As one of the densest neighborhoods, it does not want its political voice diluted. Please protect our COI by keeping Koreatown whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4201, and after that will be caller 3447. Caller 4201. Please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Stuart Waldman from VICA, representing all of the San Fernando Valley except that one guy, I guess. We'd like to suggest some changes, which we've submitted. Woodland Hills and Tarzana are part of the Ventura Boulevard specific plan and should be in the same district as Encino, Sherman Oaks, and Studio City. So we'd like to see that part moved into the South SFV district. Granada Hills North and South neighborhood councils have a lot in common with Porter Ranch and Chatsworth. We'd like to see those moved into the SCV district. Sunland and Tahunga neighborhood council is split. We'd like to see it united in the East San Fernando Valley district. As well as for population purposes, you'd need to take some population from NoHo and put that into East SFV. And then I'm not sure about the iterations T1 because it says it's congressional, but I think it's assembly. And I don't know what the population is, but we'd like to see more of Glendale in one district. And we thought that you could add another 40,000 Glendale residents into Glen LA. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. But these small changes are consistent with previous maps that you've drawn and serve the valley well. And, they're minor and just I think a 4-district change that would serve people well. So you don't have the weirdness that was going on in the current iteration. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3447, and after that will be caller 9157. 3447. If you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your service to California. My name is Victor Flores. I'm a long-term native resident of Oakland, and just looking at the new iterations of the map, it is concerning to see North Oakland being added into what is currently the Assembly District 18. For those of you that are not familiar, Rockridge, Temescal, Golden Gate, all of the North Oakland neighborhoods have far more in common with Berkeley. For example, Rockridge is very similar to Claremont and Elmwood in social and economic interests, while the rest of the Northern Oakland neighborhoods are similar to South Berkeley. In fact, there is a long-term tradition of BIPOC folks living in North Oakland and South Berkeley. So you have essentially one large geographic area with interconnected families and social networks. You also have transit corridors that run along those neighborhoods that are interconnected, as well as UC Berkeley students that either live as undergraduates or graduates in these neighborhoods and remain there. I think Oakland is doing our work to build housing and a strong regional economy. So it makes sense to have multiple assembly members that can take a holistic approach to legislation. So please don't box us in and take away our voice.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9157, and after that will be caller 5825. Caller 9157, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners, for your service. My name is Ruben Perez, and I am a delegate for the 56th Assembly District. And as a resident of the Coachella Valley, I urge you not to divide our vulnerable, underserved Latino communities. The areas of Desert Hot Springs and Cathedral City belong together with Indio, Coachella, and the unincorporated areas further east all the way down to the Imperial Valley. In addition to our natural geographical connection, we share the same community demographics, as well as the economy, access to jobs, housing, schools, and other essential resources. It makes no sense to pair us with areas up the mountain with no geographical or cultural connection, or La Quinta, which is entirely different. Please correct this mistake and give our communities our best chance to thrive. Thank you for your work and consideration of community input.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5825, and after that will be caller 1486. Caller 5825, the time has come to press *6. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nico Nagel. I'm a resident of Oakland. Calling in to just quickly comment on the latest map. I think, as other folks have said, it doesn't really seem to make a whole ton of sense. First of all, in the North Berkeley area, it's breaking up a major COI, and I think those areas of North Oakland, as was said before, have a lot more in common with South Berkeley and Emeryville. In the southern part of the district, there's also a breaking up of San Leandro. That's a major community that one relies heavily on having their voice together. They rely on things like transportation in the area, and the current draft, or the latest draft, seems like it would really dilute those voices and those communities of color down there as well. So basically, but I would urge you to look back on this and find a new divide of Oakland that keeps North Oakland, Coy, and San Leandro together. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1486, and after that will be caller 9503. Caller 1486, if you could please follow the prompts. One more time for caller 1486. If you could please press *6 to unmute. We are ready for your public input. Go ahead. One more time, caller 1486. Please press star 6. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the Commission for all your hard work. My name is Leonora C. I was born in Rockridge and I'm a longtime resident. I'm urging you to refer to comment 33192 that provides a specific geography of the Rockridge boundaries. I'm a signer on that letter, but the comments I'm going to make right now are strictly my own as a resident. Rockridge, our community of interest, should not be split. Our economic ties, we have a thriving retail district, we have a BART station and many bus lines. We have a community newspaper published monthly, so we have a major media, well, minor media outlet, but a media outlet in the neighborhood. We're delivered to 5,500 homes, and that's about 11,000 people. Our preference is for you to go back to draft map 10 of November 10th. It keeps our neighborhood whole, and it also maintains our
30 seconds.
Connections with our affinities, the neighborhoods, Temescal, Elmwood, Piedmont Avenue. So we ask you please to go back and consider that map again and keep Rockridge whole as a community of interest.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9503, and after that will be caller 7331. Caller 9503, please press star 6. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris, that's spelled C-H-R-I-S, and I live in the Garden neighborhood of Santa Rosa. I'm also a new dad, so you may hear my little guy in the background. But thank you for your ongoing efforts to refine the Assembly District boundaries in Sonoma County. I'd especially like to give props to Commissioner Neal for his thoughtfulness about our beloved Santa Rosa. Unfortunately, Plan F has a problematic split, which I hope can change. Highway 12 provides a clear and appealing shape, but unfortunately using it as a dividing line creates two highly problematic splits of the city. First, Santa Rosa is still recovering from the devastating Tubbs fire. These fire risks have not gone away, and the communities need unified representation. However, they are currently split in Plan F. The risks are most acute in areas east of Highway 101 and on both sides of Highway 12, east of Farmers Lane. Please keep the following together: the areas located just below Spring Lake and Howarth Park, and the many senior living communities above Annandale State Park. Fire risks in these portions of Santa Rosa are shared with communities to the north, so please connect the areas I've just shared with the End Coast District to the north. I urge you to look at the map submitted by commenter 33047, which shows the exact wildfire risk I'm speaking about. Second, the Latino and POC communities in Santa Rosa are most heavily concentrated in the areas west of Highway 101. Unfortunately, Plan F divides this diverse area and will thus dilute our voting power by pairing us with these areas east of Highway 101, which are significantly less diverse. If Santa Rosa must be split, please use the fire risk and cultural.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for speaking at a steady pace and taking your time with county names, city names, and numbers. Up next, we've got caller 7331, and after that will be caller 5107. Caller 7331, if you could please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kim, and I've actually called before about Santa Monica, and I just want to thank you guys so much for your service to California. Much appreciated. So right now in the congressional district, Santa Monica has been put together with the Valley. So I'm calling to urge you to please put it back with Venice in the coastal district. So last week, the Santa Monica City Council voted unanimously to please put us back with Venice in the coastal district. I think I just heard Stuart Waldman just called in, and I'm urging you to look at his VICA maps that offer a sound solution that fixes this and actually a bunch of other things. It puts West Hollywood back together. It puts the Valley people back in the Valley. Please know that Santa Monica agrees with these VICA maps. I could absolutely email those to you guys if you want to see them, because I'm sure you're very busy with other things. So however you decide to do it,
30 seconds.
Cool, but I'm urging you, please just put Santa Monica back with Venice in the coastal district. Have a great day, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5107, and after that will be caller 6250. Caller 5107, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to give some feedback. Living in Laguna Beach and Newport for many years, there's a lot of synergy amongst the beach cities. The problems and issues are mostly the same. I've lived in Orange County a long, long time, and I had offices in Irvine. So I'm familiar with the commute from Laguna Beach to Irvine and from Newport to Irvine. The varied residential and commercial lifestyle of inland versus on the beach would be difficult for one supervisor to handle. The Coastal Commission makes a lot of decisions on housing and commerce on the beach cities, while the issues in Irvine are far different and have no such restrictions. The traffic, parking, the policing, even the types of commerce differ. When there's like so I'm part of the Mammal Rescue Center in Laguna Beach, and when there's like rescues, all the cities kind of work together, the beach cities. They understand the beach issues. Our coastal towns.
30 seconds.
They do not understand what goes on inland, nor have any involvement with the issues that the inland communities have. To have one supervisor handle the same issues makes sense. To have supervisor to deal with an inland Irvine versus beach makes zero sense. The communities inland are vastly different. Anyway, thank you so much for giving me a minute, and have a good day.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6250, and after that will be caller 5181. Caller 6250, if you could please follow the prompts. One more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 6250. You can unmute by pressing *6, please. Again, caller with the last 4 digits, 6250. If you could please press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. My name is Ben. I actually called in a few nights ago, and being a little bit long-winded, wound up taking too much time and got cut off. So I wanted to just call back and sort of finish what I was saying, which was at the time I was mentioning that I thought that the draft congressional maps, which which seem to have split West Hollywood into 2 different congressional districts, really didn't make sense to me as a Los Angeles resident and longtime West Hollywood resident, and it seemed like doing so really sort of harms the political voice of a particularly underrepresented community that has its own identity in the city of West Hollywood. And as a result, I just wanted to kind of add my voice to what seems like a growing chorus of opinions that would support keeping West Hollywood together using solutions such as the one that's been put forth in the VICA maps. And so was just hoping you guys would please consider that and wanted to get that in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5181, and after that will be caller 3270. Caller 5181, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. This may run against conventional wisdom, but the city of Santa Clarita is actually a majority-minority city. It's the 3rd largest city in the county of LA, and it deserves to anchor its own assembly district with neighboring communities like Acton and Agua de Luz, instead of diluting our power by including us with overwhelmingly white and affluent areas of the city of Los Angeles, like West Hills and Woodland Hills and Chatsworth. Please protect our communities of interest by including us with our neighbors and Woodland Hills with their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3270, and after that will be caller 6628. Caller 3270. If you could please. Oh, Just a moment. My bad. All right, let's try this again. Caller 3270, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Martha Medina. I'm part of the Latino community member from Van Nuys, and I'm really concerned about these recent maps. I have nothing in common with the communities of San Fernando and Granada Hills. We do most of our shopping as a family and community within the Victory Boulevard corridor and our dining, and that's where we do a lot of our shopping. I urge the Commission to revert to the draft maps of central San Fernando Valley and put our shared communities like Balboa, Lake Balboa, Valley Glen, and all of North Hollywood and Toluca Lake, which connects our community. We are not a wealthy or well-connected community, and we ask that you listen to our voices in the community of San Fernando. I have talked to many of my neighbors from other valley communities, and we're shocked and surprised by these maps. We feel like the politicians gerrymandering, not the maps that are good. We want the maps that are good for our community. San Fernando is a very diverse community with large Latino and Filipino and Armenian communities, and all these communities are split. This area needs our attention, and the last-minute nature of these maps has thrown our community into disarray. Please remedy this and use the drafts that were created in November as a base for those fixes.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6628, and after that will be caller 5277. Caller 6628, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. While we thank you for keeping our Imperial Valley whole, I am deeply concerned about dividing us from our strongly linked neighboring Coachella Valley Latino communities. We have a natural, well-built connection to the Coachella Valley communities of Mecca, Thermal, Coachella, Indio, Cathedral City, and Desert Hot Springs. Our priorities align, and we share the same culture, economic opportunities, and other vital demographics. I would like to respectfully ask that you please keep Imperial Valley together with these communities we resemble, instead of forcing us together with areas up in the mountains that are both geographically and culturally remote from us. The proposed maps would further disenfranchise us in one of California's most vulnerable, underserved areas. Please do not make this mistake. We urge you not to separate Desert Hot Springs and Cathedral City from the other Coachella Valley Latino communities, and we ask that you please keep our Imperial Valley together with them. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, to those who have called in, if you could please press *9. This will raise your hand and get you into the queue. Up next, we've got caller 5277, and after that will be caller 0815. Caller 5277, if you could please follow the prompts by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ryan, and I'm currently residing in the Santa Clarita region. I don't think San Fernando Valley and cities like Encino and Woodland Hills should be together. Those places are almost an hour away, and the residents of Santa Clarita would have to drive to another other assembly districts to even get to the southern part of that district. Instead, I would recommend that Simi Valley and Santa Clarita should be in the same district so we can protect our rural and sparse communities from wildfires and power shutoffs. So, yeah, Commissioners, I would recommend you put Simi Valley with Santa Clarita, not only for the protection of from wildfires, but also the aerospace and industry. Our economies are interlinked. And yeah, thank you for your time, Commissioners, and have a great day.
Thank you. And we do have quite a few callers. We see your hands. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We will get to everybody. Up next, we've got caller 0815, and after that will be caller 9835. Caller 0815, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. The floor is yours.
Perfect. My name's Alyssa, and I come from an immigrant family of dairy workers from Portugal, and we live on a dairy in East Oakdale. I wanted to take a moment of your time and ask you to please go with the suggested plan from Friday that would remove vineyard from South Sacramento to the Stanislaus Assembly map plan. I agree with the public comments that I've read from people who live in the vineyard. They deserve to be put with their neighbors in Elk Grove. I also agree with the public comments that I've read from people who live in Folsom. They deserve to be kept together as well. We should be kept together with our neighbors who we share so much with just over the county lines to our east. I ask that you go with the plan that would draw a thin stretch of West Amador, Calaveras counties to be included with South Sacramento to the Stanislaus Assembly map. This would be a near perfect compromise that would make most common sense to those who live here and also the people who live in the vineyard and Folsom happy. We have far more in common with the west edges of the foothills than we do with either Vineyard or Folsom. By doing this, you keep all the communities of interest together, as well as the farming and ranching immigrant populations together who live in between the lakes and the East Central Valley. We should be considered a combined community of interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9835, and after that will be caller 3889. Caller 9835. You know what to do. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling about the SCV iteration and the South SFV iteration. Putting any portion of the San Fernando Valley in with the Santa Clarita district is less than ideal, but if it needs to be done, then it should be the portions of the San Fernando Valley that actually have similar interests with the Santa Clarita. I think the Sunland to Hunga area is a better match with Santa Clarita than are places like Woodland Hills and Hidden Hills. The two areas are connected by 210 freeway, but the existing iteration doesn't actually have any sort of transportation corridor connecting Woodland Hills and Santa Clarita, for example. You can do a population swap within the SCV district and the South SFV district, putting Sunland to Hunga in with the SCV map and putting Woodland Hills in with the rest of the 101 corridor in the South SFV map. This makes both districts more compact, it reinforces transportation corridors, and it protects communities of interest. But also not impact the rest of the map in any way. It's a simple swap in two districts, and it just makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3889, and after that will be caller 8174. Caller 3889. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling about the Santa Clarita Valley and South San Fernando Valley iterations. Since Santa Clarita Valley has so much of the Angeles National Forest, I think it would make perfect sense to add Sunland and Tahunga into the Santa Clarita Valley map, and then to add an equal number of population from Woodland Hills into the South San Fernando Valley district. The simple population swap, I think, strengthens the one-on-one corridor community of interest, and it also strengthens the wildfire risk community of interest between Sunland and Tahunga, and also the Santa Clarita Valley. I think, again, this makes both districts more compact, protects communities of interest, and I think it would be a viable solution. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8174, and after that will be caller 1886. Caller 8174. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fernando Rodriguez, and I work at the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. I want to express my gratitude to the Commission and the staff for creating opportunities for public engagement for our residents in California. Today, I will be speaking about State Assembly iterations for 12-621 in San Fernando Valley. We want to underscore the importance of low-income immigrant communities in East San Fernando Valley around Colma. We appreciate the Commission's efforts to create two federal voting rights act districts at the Assembly level in San Fernando. We love AD East SB that is no longer with Santa Clarita. This map better represents the communities in East San Fernando Valley who will now have a better opportunity to elect candidates of choice. In order to try to respect as many neighborhood council boundaries, we suggest adding more of Colma into AD Central SFB. This can be done by adding from Glen Oaks Boulevard south towards San Fernando Boulevard and East San Fernando towards 30 seconds. This will strengthen the voice of the communities of interest in Pacoima as they share many things in common with Panorama and Venice. Additionally, for Orange County map ADNOC, please consider moving Fullerton dividing line back up to Chapman, but certainly do not move it any further south than West Commonwealth Avenue because this area is experiencing environmental hazards that cross the line from Chapman south into West Anaheim. Thank you for your consideration and all the hard work. Again, thank you for receiving input.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1886, and after that, it'll be caller 9287. Caller 1886. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Shannon Ross, a San Pedro resident and Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council board member. I'm concerned with the new iterations. On the previous map, San Pedro was in one district. Now we are divided into two separate districts. San Pedro is a port community. We would like to keep San Pedro in one district as we previously were, for the best interest of our port community. Please take this recommendation into consideration and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9287, and after that will be caller 9009. Caller 9287. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Omar. I'm calling from the Bay Area. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners for all the work that they've done. I know it's a difficult job having to balance all of the various needs, but I'm calling about the proposed assembly maps in the most recent iteration. Because they divide Redwood City. And I think it's vital to keep the city unified and to keep it all in one district. But I'm also calling to say that I support the comments that have come in from some of the community members in Redwood City proposing alternative lines. Because if the city does need to be divided, then it should be along the lines that the community has come together about. On top of that, Redwood City is a majority-minority city. And so dividing it really puts all those communities at odds and takes away all of the influence that they have worked hard to have within their own county. So I hope that the commission listens to those, and thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9009, and after that, it'll be caller 3761. Caller 9009. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Hey, Commissioners. My name is Mike Carroll. I'm a member of the Irvine City Council. First, Commissioners, I'd like to thank you for your service. I know exactly what you're going through with these important deliberations, and I know very well what it means to consider the amount of public comment and testimony that you're considering. I know it feels like a thankless job, and you're unable to meet and address the views that are being stated here today, no question. I am actually here to thank you. You're performing critical work for a state that would basically be the 5th largest economy in the world. So in many ways, it's really not a state. Recently, our city council in Irvine passed a resolution full support, keeping as one united city, Irvine, when it comes to state and federal electoral districts. We are really happy that the commission has left our city, my city, whole and inland, and not merged it with our neighbors at the coast. Particularly with the state assembly district that has recently been published. We're grateful for that, and many commissioners, especially Linda, your commissioner colleague who resides in Orange County, California, here with us, who specifically argued for the importance of a coastal assembly district and a district that kept the city of Irvine whole and not severed as a community. Irvine is the 3rd largest city and the 6th largest county of the United States, and we really appreciate your help in keeping our community together for the benefit of.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3761, and after that will be caller 6065. Caller 3761. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Michael Valoria. I'm a longtime resident of Sonoma County, and I'm calling about the Santa Rosa area in the Assembly District region up here. So the split for Santa Rosa is what I'm calling about. Believe it can be done better to represent communities affected by fires that I believe have been referenced in the map. That's submission number 33047. A minor adjustment that I support would be a proposed division to the proposed division along Highway 12 is that some of the areas around the edges should be in the North Coast District. In that area, communities on both sides of Highway 12 have common interests, including the risks that are also had been mentioned in public input, again referred to as
30 seconds.
ID 33047. Thank you. Appreciate Commissioner's work.
Thank you. And again, we do have a plethora of callers. We appreciate your patience. We will get to your comments. If you have called in to give public comment and you can hear the sound of my voice, you are in the right place. If you could please press *9, that'll get you into the queue. Up next, we've got caller 6065, and after that will be caller 6082. Caller 6065. Oops, I did it again. All right, caller 6065. Let's try this again. There you go.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. This is Douglas Jones. I'm a longtime resident of about 30 years of the city of San Leandro in the East Bay. San Leandro in this century has been buffeted back and forth on the legislative maps, between the districts north and south. The current formulation of the maps of Senate District 9 and Assembly District 18 have San Leandro as the southmost city in each of those legislative districts. In my mind, that makes the most sense and provides some stability. We do have concerns that San Leandro looks like it may be placed as the northernmost city of the legislative districts to the south. It's just really important that we not get buffeted back and forth like this from decade to decade. In this way, it dovetails with a concern that you've heard from a number of residents of North Oakland that they don't wish to be moved into a new set of legislative districts as well, particularly the Assembly District. So we would ask that there be a reconsideration of the layout of the legislative maps here, and particularly on Assembly District 18, maintaining San Leandro within the.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0682, and after that will be caller 0177. Caller 0682. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. As a resident of the Antelope Valley, I'm upset that we were separated in the latest iteration of the assembly maps. But that being said, as a Latino, I have to support it because we deserve representation in the Antelope Valley and Victor Valleys. If this is what it takes for us to have an assembly member who supports our values and interests, then I'm happy that at least some of us will get to enjoy that. I would like to say, given your schedule the next few days, that we in the Antelope Valley support your current draft of AV-SCV. When I hear people speaking publicly about the district, it's always about Santa Clarita, our sister community, or Simi Valley, a wealthy Ventura County community. But what about us? Why are we always the ones who are ignored and on the chopping block? We are a military and defense community that has been separated in order to appease people in Simi Valley for a decade. We're the home of Lockheed, Northrop, Boeing, and a large hospitality industry that services defense contractors. Why is this always forgotten? Putting Simi Valley with us would mean separating the Antelope Valley yet again. Simi Valley doesn't belong with us. They are not a majority-minority community like the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valley are. Your map drafts and visualizations haven't really changed much the last 2 months. I'm really hoping that you don't change them at the last minute. Please leave them the way they are. They're cut perfectly along the North LA County lines. Thank you so much for your hard work and happy holidays.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0177, and after that will be caller 9747. Caller 0177. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jesse Marquez. I am a 70-year-old resident of Los Angeles Latino community of Wilmington, and our family has over 50 registered voters in 15 different cities in California. I submitted my public comments on Saturday, and I did not see my comments posted on your website. I do not support any proposed district change if it eliminates an existing district located in a majority environmental justice, disadvantaged, low-income, community of color, or ethnic minority community in Los Angeles County. We have fought for decades to have Latino social equity representation in our legislatures. Assembly District 58 is one of those examples. We also do not support any district change if it eliminates an existing representative who is an ethnic minority, who is Latino, Asian, Black, Native American, or Pacific Islander. A good example is also Congressional District 33 in our area. And I thank you for this time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9747, and after that'll be 1874. 9747. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for moving Florence Graham into the LA 110 LA map. Although changes are not perfect, we thank you for listening to the community. Very important, but we think there is a need for one cleanup in this area. As you have heard, the mayor of Huntington Park and countless other community members from Walnut Park, we want like our three communities to remain together. By moving Walnut Park and Huntington Park, even if it's only part of Huntington Park together with Florence Graham in the 110 corridor map. Please see the Latino equality representation map that was submitted today, as this map will accomplish our request. These minor changes will help to have a unified voice for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1874, and after that'll be caller 1960. Caller 1874. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm calling from Northeast Los Angeles. My name is Vito Trelia, and I'm concerned that the proposed Assembly District in 10 will shrink the voice of immigrant families in Sacramento. Immigrant families face unique challenges and need their interests protected, and I think that the proposed map from ID number 29056 would do that. I support the map from ID number 29056 because it complies with the Voting Rights Act by ensuring that there's 2 assembly districts that exceed 50% Latino voting age population instead of shrinking them into 1. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1960, and after that'll be caller 1528. Caller 1960. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alex Melendrez. I'm a member of the San Mateo County Latinx Dems. I'm located in Assembly District 22. I'm asking that Omar mentioned earlier. I would ask that you include this Redwood City whole within in order for the Latino population of Redwood City to have proper representation. As a Mexican American myself, the importance of a voice for the Latinx community is pretty big, and Redwood City has been home to the largest one of the largest concentrations of Latinos in San Mateo County. Proper representation for our growing community requires representation and for community to be whole. So I thank you for your service and consideration.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1528, and after that'll be caller 5410. Caller 1528. Go ahead.
Hello, I am calling to speak on Northwest Los Angeles. I am a community health worker at Clínica Monseñor Oscar Romero located in Boyle Heights. Thank you, commissioners, for all your hard work. I am calling to urge the commission that you protect the voices of our Latino families in California by restoring the 2 Latino seats in Los Angeles, representing East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights. What you do have done with the latest map reductions in suppress the voices of our community that has fought for too long to have its voice heard. I once again voice my support to keep 2 assembly districts, 51 and 53, representing Central Los Angeles and East Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5410, and after that will be caller 5276. Caller 5410. Please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I'm an educator who's lived in eastern Stanislaus County for over 10 years now. And before you take a vote to complete the state assembly maps, I really want to urge you guys to just consider making a change, because I've heard that you're trying to figure out what to do with Vineyard. And I agree that it should be with the Sacramento area. I also agree that it wouldn't be fair to the people who live in Folsom to be put in a district with those of us who live in the East Valley, because we're with the agriculture and rural areas. I'd like to ask that you go with the compromise plan that would combine the Lake Country to the immediate east of Stanislaus and San Joaquin counties, and that would still allow you to keep the higher elevation whole. While I live in eastern Stanislaus, I have many friends who live in the mountains, and I agree that the higher elevation should be kept together. My friends who live in El Portal and Mariposa and Sonora, they all have a common interest.
15.
But my family and friends who live in Don Pedro, Lake McClure, they also are a separate combined interest that's closer to eastern Stanislaus County. We even have students from those towns here in eastern Stanislaus County. So please consider this change.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5276. And after that, it'll be caller 1634, caller 5276.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. I want to begin by thanking you for all the hard work you have done in drawing these districts and trying to create an equitable distribution of them. To that point, as a resident of the Coachella Valley, I'm deeply concerned about the proposed divide of our Coachella Valley Latino communities. It would be a mistake to split Desert Hot Springs and the city of Cathedral City away from Indio, Coachella, and further east communities that share a strong bond. These areas belong together, and we are entirely different from La Quinta and the mountain areas to the west that are being proposed in the current assembly maps. Please do not further disenfranchise our underserved areas. This would undo years of concentrated efforts to uplift the region. Please keep our Latino communities together in the Coachella Valley and give us our best shot at equitable representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1634, and after that will be caller 8984. Caller 1634. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rocio Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of Sonoma County. I did used to live in Santa Rosa. I no longer live there, but I do want to give a comment to a neighborhood where I did used to live very close to Howard Park and Spring Lake. There have been already several other comments around this. I do want to state that I was a commissioner for the Advisory District Committee for Sonoma County, and have had many conversations and deliberation around even the question of equity around drawing lines off of highways because of racial inequities and the reasonings behind why some highways have been built. So using Highway 12 is already questionable for me. But in the interest of what I understand is where you are in your decision making and how tough it is to draw these lines, especially down to streets. I just want to voice support for the comment for 33047 with putting Howard Park and Spring Lake with the North Coast area. And that is for the same reasons that others posed as well, of disaster response and disaster preparedness that happens in these areas of interest or communities of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8984, and after that, it'll be caller 9975. Caller 8984. Oops. Let's try this one more time. Caller 8984. There you go.
Hi, thanks so much, and thanks to the commissioners for your commitment to the redistricting process. My name is Amy Jester, and I work with the Humboldt Area Foundation and Wild Rivers Community Foundation, which serves Del Norte, Humboldt, and Trinity counties. And we regularly partner with the Kaduk tribe and the Yurok tribe. It looks like the assembly map was redrawn to address some of the things I'm going to talk about here, but just wanted to reiterate the importance of my comments specific to the congressional map and the Senate map as well. And I'm commenting on the North Coast area in the far northwest region of California. So I'm calling today to support the plea from the Yurok tribe, which is the largest in the state of California, to ensure that its entire territory remain in District 2, as opposed to dividing it into 2 congressional districts, which is what the map, the draft map entails. Dividing ancestral territory of the Yurok Reservation will harm the relationship between tribes and the state of California, and would be an affront to the Voting Rights Act, as well as the various criteria that the committee has set before it. We also encourage the committee to
Up next, we've got caller 9975, and after that, it'll be caller 1212. Caller 9975. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Smith. I'm a Fullerton resident and a retired educator in the Fullerton district. I just wanted to begin by thanking the commissioners for the attention being paid to Fullerton and all the extra time I know you're putting in on our behalf. I have recently submitted to you a proposal, number 34032, and just want to thank you for considering possible ways to help unite rather than divide our community. Thank you again for your time and consideration of this issue.
Thank you. Up next is caller 1212, and after that will be caller 7477. Caller 1212, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Don Bartz from Phelan Pinning Hills Community Services District. Our organization, as well as Phelan Chamber and several community members, have sent you multiple letters and emails concerning our community. We feel strongly that putting in our community and districts with Los Angeles County would cause us to be left behind. We know this from history. Although we have stated in our letters, even though we are on the county border boundary, we feel we cannot be further apart from Antelope Valley or Los Angeles County. We think this way for several reasons, primarily because our residents also do not travel to Antelope Valley for any essential services, which is why there is no major transit corridor linking the San Bernardino County high desert area to Antelope Valley. There are no cooperative agreements between local governments or cooperation to solve needs because our needs are different. We work with agencies in San Bernardino County for public safety, public health, and education issues. Given that you're obligated to look at the community of interest testimony and respecting county lines for districts not under Voting Rights Act consideration, I would ask that you would listen to the voices from our area who have been asked to keep separate from LA and Kern County, and the voices from Antelope Valley who've said they would be with Santa Clarita. This could be done with the non-VRA assembly seat as well as in Congress and the Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7477, and after that will be caller 9387. Caller 7477. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Robin McDonald, and I live in the community of interest of Rockridge within the city of Oakland. I'd like to speak in favor of the draft map, which keeps the community intact within a single assembly district. I refer to the comment number 33192, of which I am a signatory for details. My comments today are my own. Rockridge is a distinct community defined by its own BART station and transit hub, its College Avenue retail district, and its pedestrian-friendly streets. Our sense of identity is reinforced by the Rockridge Community Planning Council, which has been active for over 40 years and distributes a community newsletter by hand to over 5,500 homes. We also would prefer to be in the same district as our neighboring and similar communities of Elmwood, Piedmont Avenue, and Temescal. Keeping Rockridge intact will allow for the most effective representation of our community of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9387, and after that will be caller 0515. Caller 9387. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Santa Clarita Valley in the South San Fernando Valley looks like an afterthought drawn from leftovers of the two voting rights districts in the San Fernando Valley. These voting rights seats must exist, but Santa Clarita Valley and South San Fernando Valley needs more of your attention. Assembly District South San Fernando Valley map ought to include more communities in the South San Fernando Valley to include more territory and less territory that is not. Woodland Hills, Sherman Oaks, Encino, and Hidden Hills belong together. They are the South San Fernando Valley. The 101 goes straight through the heart of these communities, so please put them back together and take them out of a district that includes Santa Clarita. Frankly, combining any portion of the San Fernando Valley with Santa Clarita is far from ideal, and there has been ample testimony along these lines. However, if the commission feels compelled to do it, the Sunland-Tuhunga area is a much better match with Santa Clarita than are areas like Woodland or Hidden Hills. Sunland-Tuhunga is tied to Santa Clarita by the 210 freeway, so if there is a natural transportation corridor, there is no transportation corridor from the Santa Clarita to Woodland Hills or Hidden Hills. In fact, there is no freeway or even combinations of freeway connecting these communities. That will discourage visits from the assembly member. Like Sunland-Tuhunga, Santa Clarita has...
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0515, and after that will be caller 3859. Caller 0515. Whoa, go ahead.
Hi. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion here. I live in Grand Terrace. The CTJRC map places my city with a formed set of communities of interest that have a very different set of needs to be addressed at the state level. Of particular concern to me is that the map ignores the fact that everything about our city, its police, fire protection, school districts, healthcare, are served by governing bodies in San Bernardino County, not Riverside County, where we have been placed. The needs of the San Bernardino governing bodies present to the state a quite different set of needs from those by Riverside, Moreno Valley, Corona, Hoop, etc. Also, our school district serves three communities, Colton, Bloomington, and Grand Terrace. The map splits the state representation we can expect for our school district. This is neither helpful for our students or wise for the effective administration of our school district. Putting Grand Terrace in a different county, splitting our school districts will not work well as representation for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a reminder to those who've called in, please mute your live stream audio. This will prevent echo during your call. And another reminder for those who have called in, if you have not yet done so, please press *9 to get in the queue. This will raise your hand. Up next, we've got caller 3859, and after that'll be caller 1001. Caller 3859. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Pam Jones from the Bellhaven neighborhood of Menlo Park and a resident for over 48 years. We are in southern San Mateo County, bordering Santa Clara County and next door to Redwood City. You've separated our community of Bellhaven from the rest of our city. Please keep Menlo Park whole. Don't separate our community from the rest of the city. It's also important to keep communities of interest, unincorporated North Fair Oaks, the city of East Palo Alto with all of Menlo Park. These communities share common historical interests with the Bellhaven neighborhood, grocery stores, churches, healthcare, to name a few shared interests. Note that the map proposed by Veronica is Scamsey, keeps Menlo Park whole in the South County District. Also, the Assembly District map, draft map of 11-10-21, as well as a Congressional District map, keep all of these communities together, and particularly important is keeping Menlo Park together. Thank you for your commitment to drawing the line for California.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1001, and after that'll be caller 1681. Caller 1001.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Commissioners, for your time today. Thank you for listening to public comments, and I hope you'll take the citizens' words as the primary source of consideration. As a lifelong resident of the Coachella Valley, as someone whose entire immediate family lives in the Coachella Valley, and as a Latino, the separation of eastern Coachella Valley communities all the way to Imperial from the extremely similar Desert Hot Springs and Cathedral City is deeply concerning. We share the same community demographics as well as economy, access to jobs, housing, schools, and other essential resources. It makes no sense to pair eastern Coachella Valley areas with areas up the mountain with no geographical or cultural connection, or La Quinta, which is entirely different. Please correct this mistake and give our communities our best chance to thrive. Thank you for your work and consideration of community input. Please do not disenfranchise our undeserved area further. This would undo years of concentrated efforts to uplift our own region. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1681, and after that'll be caller 4199. Caller 1681. Go ahead. Caller 1681. Can you hear me? We cannot hear you. Could you please double check to see? Hey, we hear you. Yes. Go ahead. Adelante.
Buenas tardes, comisionados. Mi nombre es Kimberly Barraza. Yo nací y crecí en el condado de Imperial, pero he vivido toda mi vida adulta en el Valle de Coachella, así que conozco ambas áreas muy bien. Les pido que no dividan a nuestras comunidades latinas, cuales son altamente vulnerables y gravemente desatendidas. Las ciudades de Desert Hot Springs y Cathedral City pertenecen junto con las ciudades de Indio, Coachella y las áreas no incorporadas hacia el este y con el condado de Imperial. Además de nuestra conexión geográfica, compartimos las mismas características demográficas, así como la economía, el acceso a trabajos, viviendas, escuelas y otros recursos esenciales. No tiene sentido juntarnos con áreas montañosas al oeste sin conexión geográfica ni cultural, ni con la ciudad de La Quinta, que es completamente diferente. Corrijan este error y brinden a nuestras comunidades la mejor oportunidad de prosperar. Gracias por su trabajo y consideración de los comentarios proporcionados.
Gracias, usted. Up next, we've got caller 4199, and after that'll be caller 9334. Caller 4199. Go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
All right, awesome. So, good afternoon. Thank you guys so much for your service to the state of California, and we do appreciate all the hard work you guys put in. The Commissioner's draft assembly map is missing a Latino majority district that is required to be drawn by the Federal Voting Rights Act. Specifically, the draft assembly district called N10 should be redrawn to be a Latino majority district. Instead, the draft map grabs parts of too many different communities of interest, which has the effect of splitting up voices that could be better served in adjacent districts. Additionally, we ask that you separate two communities, Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles, as one is in the city of LA and the other in the county. We ask that you connect immigrant communities in Boyle Heights, Pico Union, and Central Alameda and N10. We ask that you keep rapidly transitioning neighborhoods of East LA, Eagle Rock, Highland Park, and Echo Park together, as they are battle consequences of gentrification in Glen LA. We also ask that you comply with the Voting Rights Act by ensuring that two of these four districts, the NELA and the N10, exceed 50% Latino citizen voting age population, not just one. We also ask that you strengthen Black representation in the 110 LA district. Thank you so much for your time, and hope you all have a wonderful day and happy holidays.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9334, and after that will be caller 6652. Caller 9334.
Hi, I'm calling because the split up in Santa Rosa can be done better to represent the communities that were affected by the fires, as exemplified by the map referenced in the submission ID number 33047. I support a minor adjustment to the Commission's proposed division using Highway 12. Some of the areas around the edges should be in the North Coast. In that area, communities on both sides of Highway 12 have common interests, including the fire risks that are mentioned in recent public input ID 33047. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6652, and after that will be caller 9119. Caller 6652. One more time, caller 6652. If you could please follow the prompts. Caller 6652, you can now unmute by pressing *6. If you could please press *6 to begin your comment.
Hey, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen to my comment. I just want to express an opinion on the Boyle Heights district map. I think the Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles area should be separated, seeing how East LA is an unincorporated area and Boyle Heights is in the city of Los Angeles. I strongly believe that they should be separated as both communities have different needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is caller 9119, and after that will be caller 0362. Caller 9119. Again, caller with the last four digits, 9119. If you could please press *6 to unmute. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your service. I'm calling regarding an area in Southern California, in the Santa Clarita area. I'm asking that you please consider keeping Santa Clarita with the Simi Valley on the draft map. It's so important that you look at this even on a Google map to see the topography is so much similar with each other versus merging it with Woodland Hills, which is in the valley. So you're basically mixing and matching mountainous areas with valley areas. And by considering doing that, in essence, it's a 45-minute drive, and that's on the freeways. That's on the 405 freeway south and the 101, just to get to both ends of those two cities, which you're considering. So again, please keep Santa Clarita with Simi Valley on the map, on the draft map, and keep San Fernando Valley together and not connect it with Woodland Hills. They're completely different topographies and distances from each other. And they overlap. We want to make sure that the assembly districts don't overlap each other. Lastly, I want to mention that it's really important that the San Fernando Valley remains together in all legislative districts.
10 seconds.
And, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0362, and after that will be caller 7590. Caller 0362. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the commission for this tremendous job on the redistricting process, especially to Commissioner Kennedy, because he highlighted the adding La Quinta to the district ADSECA is not recommended, and I agree with that because La Quinta is full of golf courses and people, white people, wealthy people with pools in their backyards, and that's nothing related to the East Coachella Valley and the Imperial County. So please don't add La Quinta to this district because there's nothing in common, and this will reduce the potential Hispanic voters on the district. So thank you very much for your attention, and just hope you can listen to our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we've got time for one more caller before the break. That'll be caller 7590. If you could please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 7590. You can now unmute your phone by pressing *6, please. We are ready for your input. Again, caller with the last four digits, 7590. If you could please press *6 to unmute. Asterisco 6. So sorry, caller 7590. We will come back to you. Let's try caller 4527. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you again for taking my call once more. I have called in. I also want to thank you for continuing to hear those of us who live in the East San Joaquin and Eastern Stanislaus counties. You have heard our voices throughout this process to keep the east sides of our counties together as like communities of interest. I know I speak for many who appreciate this. In the last meeting where you were debating what to do with Vineyard, there appeared to be three possibilities you were discussing. And one was to keep Vineyard with the east sides of San Joaquin and Stanislaus. 2, to remove Vineyard and split the city of Folsom. 3, remove Vineyard and add portions of the lower foothills in Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties. I strongly urge you to consider option 3, which was Commissioner Fornashari's plan. It seemed this is where the majority of the commission was considering, and with the utmost respect to Commissioner Anderson, who I believe is right to try to keep the mother lode together.
30 seconds.
The eastern agricultural rural areas of Stanislaus and San Joaquin share much with the lower foothills. My hometown of Waterford literally is flat coming in from the west and foothills going out to the east. We have much in common with the lower foothills.
15.
We are sharing watersheds and vital industries in farming and ranching. Our kids play sports together, go to school together, and we depend on each other for tourism and retail. Please consider this, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. And with that, we are up against a break. Vice Chair Anderson, can we please go to break?
Yes. Thank you very much, Christian, for reminding us. And all callers in the queue, we will be getting back to you. We will take our 15-minute break right now. So we'll be back at 2:45. Thank you. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. Thank you very much for all the public who's been calling in to give us their valuable input. We really appreciate you. And at that point, I'm going to turn it over to Christian to continue on with our public comment. Christian?
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, if you've called in to give public comment and you can hear the sound of my voice, you are in the right place. If you have not yet done so, please press *9. This will raise your hand and get you into the comment queue. We will be enforcing a time limit of 1 minute and 30 seconds. First up will be caller 0303, and after that will be caller 2537. Caller 0303. Please follow the prompts.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, yes. Thank you. I just wanted to say that the current assembly maps in the San Fernando Valley are too far broken to repair, and the last-minute assembly map in the valley just needs to be scrapped. The communities in the San Fernando Valley are interdependent upon each other culturally and economically, and the current maps break up these long-standing ties. They do not have public support. The previous assembly map visualizations preserved working neighborhoods and existing alignments better than the current visualizations, and we ask that all the working communities of Studio City, Toluca Lake, and all of North Hollywood, Valley Glen, and Van Nuys be united. Thank you so much. Hello?
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2537, and after that will be caller 0805. Caller 2537. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. My name is Rashad Aldabak, and I live in Orange County. I work for the Arab American Civic Council, which is a member of the People's Redistricting Alliance. I want to first thank you all for your work, but I was concerned to hear mention of the Commission considering dividing the Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian community of interest that crosses county lines between Orange and Los Angeles counties by moving the city of Cypress into a different district. As has been mentioned, the Amemsa community of interest includes Buena Park south of the 5 freeway, La Palma and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in LA County. As part of their daily lives, Amemsa communities in Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress cross into Los Angeles County to shop in ethnic markets, dine in restaurants, worship, and access social services in Artesia and Cerritos. This community of interest should be kept whole in an Orange County-based district. You're almost there. Please don't divide our communities, and please keep Cypress in the district in North Orange County. Thank you for your consideration and all your hard work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0805, and after that will be caller 6403. Caller 0805. Please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Molly Cohn. I'm a resident of North Hollywood, and I just want to say that the North Hollywood community stretches from Roscoe down to the 101, and we are really unhappy with the way that you guys have chosen to draw these new district maps. The current assembly maps that we have seen for the San Fernando Valley are just far too broken, and these last-minute changes have been extremely unacceptable. I was trying to call in all Saturday and I couldn't stay on the line that long. It was really unacceptable. I think you really have to go back and look at the old map that we were able to call in and give public comment about. I know that my neighbors and I, who are all renters in the San Fernando Valley, have sent in a lot of public comment, and I really think that you need to retake a look at the San Fernando Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6403, and after that will be caller 0968. Caller 6403. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm calling about AD Nella iteration map. I'm a resident of the East Side, and I'm asking you to restore the 2 Latino seats in Los Angeles. Please protect the voices of Latino families in California, like my own. The latest map renditions do not support the voices of our community that have fought for so many years to be heard and represented. I'm asking that the maps reflect representation of 2 Latino seats, which are currently represented via AD 51 and AD 53. And failing to restore the 2 Latino seats will be devastating to a community who has really come a long way around overcoming historic gerrymandering efforts. And the Latino community of Los Angeles deserves representation. And so thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0968, and after that will be caller 7312. Caller. Again, up next we'll have caller 0968, and after that will be caller 7312. Caller 0968, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Chris Peoples, and I'm calling about the intersection between the assembly districts for Berkeley, Richmond, and for Oakland. First, I want to thank the commission and their staffs for doing an incredible amount of work after the census was completely messed up by the pandemic and by President Trump. My community of interest is the Piedmont Avenue neighborhood in North Oakland, which goes from Oakland Avenue to Broadway and Highway 580 to Mountain View Cemetery. You've kept us together, and that's great, and I hope you will continue to do that. You've done some strange things around us, however. We are in the Richmond-Berkeley neighborhood. You've reached an arm of the Oakland neighborhood around us to our north and taken half of the Rockridge neighborhood and put it in the Oakland district and put the other half in the Richmond-Berkeley.
20 seconds.
I think you can fix that by taking the Piedmont Avenue neighborhood and perhaps the city of Piedmont, putting them with the Oakland district, and then having Rockridge, both Lower Rockridge and Upper Rockridge, which is to the south of Broad.
Up next, we've got caller 7312, and after that will be caller 1258. Caller 7312. Go ahead.
Hola.
Hola, adelante.
Hola. Gracias. Yo soy de la Valle de San Fernando y yo tengo muchos problemas con los mapas. Yo soy José Santana, yo soy un miembro de la comunidad y por mi comunidad, mi latino comunidad, no es un map suficiente. Hay muchos divididos y por mí no es bueno. Mi comunidad en Valley Glen son con las personas en Van Nuys y North Hollywood y Toluca Lake y estos están las comunidades de los latinos. Y por los latinos necesito ser juntos. Es muy importante que tú escuches, ustedes escuchan la comunidad latino también, pero los más importante es para la comunidad latino que vive en la Valle de San Fernando. Regresan a los mapas de noviembre por la San Fernando Valle porque ellos son buenos. Las recientes no es buenos y es un desastre por la comunidad, por la latino comunidad y por muchos que luchan por la lucha.
15 segundos. Gracias. Up next, we've got caller 1258, and after that will be caller 2738. Caller 1258. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1258. You can now unmute by pressing *6, please. Again, for the caller with the last 4 digits, 1258. You can now unmute by pressing *6, please. So sorry, caller 1258. We will come back to you. Up next, we've got caller 2738, and after that will be caller 3940. Caller 2738, if you could please follow the prompts. Again, that's caller with the last four digits, 2738. You can now unmute your phone by pressing *6, please. We know everyone has been on the phone a long time. If you could please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. Caller 2738, we will return to you. Up next, we've got caller 3940, and after that will be caller 9517. Caller 3940. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, commissioners and everyone involved in this important public process. My name is Isaac Gonzalez. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Sacramento, and I live in the Tahoe Park community. And while I appreciate your efforts to help out the community of Vineyards and some of the rural districts, I think you have really done a disservice to Assembly District 7 in reducing our community in half. We have much, much, much more in common with the communities of Elmhurst, Oak Park, West Sacramento, and Midtown, South Natomas than we do with the residents in Elk Grove and Vineyard. And I believe by cutting our district in this fashion, you are doing a disservice to us. So while I appreciate all of your efforts to date, I please implore you to restore previous drafts of Assembly District 7 to the way that connects it with all the areas around the UC Davis Med Center, West Sacramento, Midtown, downtown, and South Natomas, especially with Tahoe Park and Elmhurst. Thank you very much for all your important work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9517, and after that will be caller 0762. Caller 9517. Go ahead.
Hello, commissioners. First of all, thank you for all your hard work. My name is Vanessa Vo, and I'm calling from Huntington Beach of Little Saigon community. And I was at the senior center this morning, and I was told that you are not hearing our collective voices to help our Little Saigon representation in the state assembly. I want to call in, and hopefully you will be able to hear me and help our community. Please, since today is your last day to work on the assembly map, adding Cypress and keeping Stanton to Little Saigon makes no sense to us who live here. We don't have any community of interest with these two cities. Stanton has a majority Latino community, and they belong with Anaheim. We do not celebrate Cinco de Mayo, sir and madams. I don't know anyone from Little Saigon would go to Cypress for anything that is Vietnamese related. Our community was back and have told you that our community of interest lies north of Huntington Beach, where Huntington Harbor has majority Vietnamese American residents. The border between Huntington Beach, Westminster, and Palm Valley was shared businesses between the corridor of this Beach Boulevard and the 405 freeway, and shared school district for our children. Please make sure you include the inland part of Huntington Beach on the north of Garfield Street in Huntington Beach to Little Saigon.
Thank you. Up next will be caller 0762, and after that will be caller 2080. Caller 0762. Please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 0762. You can now unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Patrick Norris in North Hollywood. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
State Assembly District, and particularly here in the San Fernando Valley. I don't know what has happened to this map. I was looking at it. I've been following this process. The last month you had it. It looked pretty rational. I'm sure people had, nits to pick with it, but the districts looked reasonable. And the map as it now stands it does not seem to meet any criterion of compactness or respecting political boundaries or natural geography or anything. You got Glendale and Burbank of our two large incorporated cities that are all split up with parts of the valley. The South San Fernando Valley District is bizarre looking. The only person I've heard who seemed to express any interest in this map was the Mr. Waldman of the Commerce Association. Maybe he benefits from it in some way, but I don't think those of us who live here do. I would urge you, please, relook at the San Fernando Valley and make it something that reflects the people who actually live here. The East San Fernando Valley would be North Hollywood, Valley Glen, Valley Village, maybe Van Nuys. Those naturally go together. Or you could do North Hollywood with Valley Glen, Valley Village, Toluca Lake. That would be a reasonable East San Fernando Valley district. But respect the boundary of a city like Burbank and let it be apart. Thank you very much. I hope you'll be able to fix this. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Up next will be caller 2080, and after that will be caller 4599. Caller 2080. If you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Juana Ramírez. ¿Está bien? ¿Sí me oye?
Sí.
Trabajo en el base de 29 Palmas Marine Corps. El distrito es Victorville y en el Desierto Alto. Ha trabajado aquí más de 10 años. Nos gustaría que todos nuestros distritos en los asambleos estén militar juntos como el Fort Irwin y el Guillermo Marine Corps Base. Pues la base, ¿verdad? También me gustaría que estemos separados de Los Ángeles. Queremos quedarnos con el condado de San Bernardino. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Muchas gracias. Up next, we've got caller 4599, and after that will be caller 2494. Caller 4599, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Moreno. I live in the community of Buono Park for over 40 years. Our community leaders of Buono Park like the modifications that you have done, but would like to recommend some minor cleanup. In order to fix your high population in the gateway map and accomplish our continuous request of keeping our communities together, we would like to request a cleanup by keeping Florence Grant, Walnut Park, and Huntington Park, even if it's only part of Huntington Park, together in the one team LA map. This cleanup will help decrease the excessive 4% deviation of the gateway maps and will also help balance the Latino numbers. Please see the Latino Equal Representation map that was submitted today. This map will accomplish this request. Thank you once again for your time and consideration of this minor change. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a reminder to those calling in, if you could please mute your live stream audio, this will prevent echo during your public input call. Up next, we've got caller 2494. And after that will be caller 6968. Caller 2494. Go ahead.
I am calling to speak on Northeast Los Angeles. Hello, my name is Remedios Gutierrez. I am a community health worker at Clínica Monseñor Oscar A. Romero, located in Boyle Heights. Thank you, commissioners, for all of your hard work. I am calling to urge the commission that you protect the voices of our Latino families in California by restoring the 2 Latino seats in Los Angeles, representing East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights. What you have done with the latest map redemptions and suppress the voices of a community that has fought for far too long to have its voices heard. I want to again voice my support to keep 2 assembly districts, 51 and 53, representing Central Los Angeles and East Los Angeles. The Latino community deserves representation, and it is your responsibility to preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next will be caller 6968, and after that will be caller 8264. Caller 6968. Caller with the last 4 digits, 6968. You can now unmute your phone by pressing *6, please. Again, that's caller with the last four digits, 6968. If you could please press star 6, asterisco 6. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Wonderful, wonderful. My name is Edward Barsumian, and I'm reaching out on behalf of the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. And I'd like to respond to a few unfortunate mistakes on the map, focusing specifically on the fracturing and removal, separation of the communities of Glendale, Burbank, and La Cañada, Flint Ridge, as well as La Crescenta. Now, looking at the past two iterations of these maps, we found that these are the densest Armenian populated areas, and yet they are being separated. This separation, unfortunately, has tremendous problems with, what will happen to this community, because ultimately they share a fire department, police department, and they all attend the same school district. So on behalf of the Armenian community at large, we would really like to request that these three communities be returned and reunited under one assembly district. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8264, and after that will be caller 2782. Caller 8264, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Claudia Oliveira, President of the Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council. I'm here speaking in my private capacity on the changes to the Assembly District 53. I personally have worked extraneously on resident retainment because it seems that the rest of the city and the state have a hard time understanding that downtown Los Angeles is a community. When I saw my district split into three, especially the division going right through the middle of 6th Street, my heart dropped. Not only this is dividing the neighborhood council in half, but it's also dividing the bid districts. I'm sure that you can imagine by looking at the state of downtown Los Angeles today, how challenging it is for us to advocate for our needs. This division will make us have to jump through hoops every time we need to work with our representatives to meet the needs of our community. I am urging you to please keep downtown together as a whole and District 53 the way it is currently. Thank you for your hard work. I like to yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2782, and after that will be caller 6089. Caller 2782, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I work in Santa Rosa, and I was calling about the North Coast Assembly District. While we appreciate all the work that you have done and listening to public comments, I share the other thoughts of the commentators about Santa Rosa and to keep the communities that are more impacted by the fires and also just natural community lines intact. So if you look at the map, we would like you to add the area north of Sonoma Avenue, north of Stonehenge Drive, back into the North Coast area in that community, in those neighborhoods. So please look at that, the fixed for Santa Rosa Plan F. Again, thanks for all your work, and thank you for taking public comment on this.
Thank you. Up next will be caller 6089, and after that will be caller 3583. Caller 6089, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Commissioners, I'm calling to ask you to please form the same hard belief you have about not crossing the Golden Gate Bridge, except it's the Salton Sea and La Quinta. The Salton Sea and the communities that surround it are some of the poorest communities in the region, so do not tie them to one of the more affluent communities in the region. La Quinta, what am I talking about? For example, the median household income for La Quinta is $77,839, while it is $53,669 in India. Over 30% of the population in India are on public assistance, while only 18% in La Quinta. Common sense tells you that more than likely the residents of La Quinta will be heard, while the poorer communities in India and around the Salton Sea will find themselves second fiddle when it comes to their voices being heard and the fair, legitimate representation. La Quinta is a hard no when it comes to the Salton Sea and Indio. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3583, and after that will be caller 8514. Caller 3583. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners, for taking comment tonight or today. My name is Chelsea Salas, and I live in Newberry Springs. I want to urge the Commission to keep our San Bernardino County High Desert whole and together. At the Assembly and Senate, you've split us up and combined us with Los Angeles County. And I believe that at the Assembly level, you could get us out of Kern and LA County by joining the Morongo Basin with the rest of the High Desert. While we seem far away, our High Desert community has one water master who ensures our communities are conserving enough water. And we also have one air quality management district that monitors our air pollution. These allow our communities from Phelan to Yucca Valley to work together on important public health issues. We don't have any overlap with Kern or Los Angeles communities in the visualization for any essential services. Those communities should be kept with the communities they're similar to and not with our community. At the same time, it is not beneficial for our community to be sucked into Los Angeles County because they have very different priorities than us, and oftentimes we are not in alignment. Please consider keeping our San Bernardino County High Desert together and not with Los Angeles County. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8514, and after that will be caller 5178. Caller 8514, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for all the work that you're doing with the redistricting map. I'd like to ask you to please keep all of Fullerton area together with its current North Orange County district. It is home to Fullerton College and Cal State Fullerton, which serves a large Hispanic community. Many of the students live north of campus and should be included with the entire city instead of being broken apart. I would like to see that the Latino demographic is not diluted in the area of Fullerton. This can be accomplished by putting all of Fullerton together as we know it currently. Keeping Cypress also with the Garden Grove district will allow for the numbers to balance with keeping Fullerton in where it is currently. This will help better serve Cypress as well in the Garden Grove district, as it is a large veteran community and it is in close proximity to the Los Alamitos base. Also, the Korean community is vital to the North Orange County area and to the communities of Fullerton and Buena Park. The best way to keep this Korean community together would be to keep all of Fullerton and Buena Park together. Fullerton is not just Korean community on the west side, it is throughout the entire community. Thank you so much for your work on the map.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5178, and after that will be caller 6223. Caller 5178. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is John. I am a resident in North Oakland in the small metro neighborhood of Shafter between Temescal and Rockridge. I agree with earlier callers in that the new visualization, I do want to thank Commissioner Yee for really trying to put Emeryville next to our neighbors right here in North Oakland. But in doing so in this new visualization, as people correctly noted, you've split us with our tightly wound neighbors to the north in Elmwood and then South Berkeley, especially in the area that's kind of known as like the North Oakland, Berkeley, Emeryville area near San Pablo Avenue. I do agree with other callers in making that switch, perhaps moving that East Bay boundary in North Oakland south to 580. And with other callers with the recommendations to switch it and perhaps do a swap where Oakland takes up perhaps Piedmont Avenue, Grand Lake, which would connect it to other Lake Merritt communities, Piedmont, Diamond, and because the Oakland Assembly visualization also has some of the hills, perhaps going even up to the hills if you need to swap out population. But please keep North Oakland whole with Emilyville and South Berkeley. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next will be caller 6223, and after that will be caller 0563. Caller 6223. Go ahead.
Hi. Hi. My name is Maraki Adamsikid. I'm calling with the Black Alliance for Just Immigration. I live in the Mert Park community, but also our communities are located throughout all of the sort of South LA neighborhoods. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, you know, while we see improvements in most of the iterations that have been released, the community of interest pairings that have been created have reduced Black political voice by packing Black voters in only one of 4 South LA-based districts. This is creating only 2 Black opportunity districts in South LA rather than the 4 that have historically been there and that can be drawn there if these districts are drawn at 29 to 33% Black CVAP. I can't stress or emphasize enough the need for 4 Black influence districts at 29 to 33% Black CVAP, and that the Florence and Graham needs to be in a South LA district, not with Inglewood. So I wanted to speak on the 110 LA district. I recommend bringing in Manchester Square, Vermont Knolls, Vermont Vista as part of Gramercy Park and part of Gramercy Park into this district and out of the 105 corridor to unpack and better balance that Black CVAP. Also, this district could extend more into downtown LA as far as up to 3rd, but should exclude Little Tokyo. Just remember, Black Lives Matter in redistricting as well. It's not exclusive to the other.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0563, and after that will be caller 7682. Caller 0563. Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. This is James Woodson calling from the California Black Census and Redistricting Hub. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for your hard work over the last several months, and particularly over the last several days, as you work to refine your maps based on public comment and public input. Especially want to thank you for the shifts you made in the IE in San Diego to protect underrepresented communities to ensure that they were paired together and not grouped with dissimilar areas. However, I did want to call in and raise concern about your South LA maps. The Black Hub is concerned that the Inglewood district in your latest iteration, AD 105 corridor iteration, may be unlawfully packing Black communities in violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, which is on par with your equal population criteria and trumps even your VRA obligations. We strongly urge you to unpack that district. We submitted ways that you can do that and hope you consider the recommendations to ensure your assembly map is not at risk of being in violation of federal law. Again, thanks so much for your time, and we look forward to the rest of your work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7682, and after that will be caller 3995. Caller 7682. You know what to do. Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Rami Ibrahim. I'm with the Partnership of the Advancement of New Americans, and I've been living in San Diego for 21 years. I'll be speaking on adjustments to the assembly maps for San Diego. I'm calling on behalf of Black, African, Middle Eastern, and Muslim refugee communities in San Diego in the neighborhoods of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Southeast San Diego, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. Many families who have historically called communities in City Heights and Encanto home have been pushed east into El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, and La Mesa in search of more affordable housing. And communities continue to worship in churches in Southeast San Diego, mosques in City Heights, maintaining community ties and mom and pop shops in their old neighborhoods. Concerning the maps, in the La Mesa and Spring Valley map, please bring La Presa, Mid-City, Normal Heights into this district, as well as the rest of Skyline Paradise Hills, and a small portion of southeastern San Diego by the 94 that was split. In the CVSY map, take out El Cajon and move into Central San Diego. In the Central San Diego map, please bring El Cajon whole.
10 seconds.
into the district to pair with Mesa communities and take out Uptown, Balboa Park, and Greater Golden Hill to pair with downtown. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3995, and after that will be caller 2313. Caller 3995. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm calling to ask that you please keep San Bernardino County's high desert whole and together. We want to be able to have adequate representation, and of course, one of the things that we uphold is trying to keep communities together, particularly communities in the same county, whether that be by keeping Victorville, Adelanto, and Hesperia whole, because we don't want to cut through those cities in half. We want to keep those cities together, and then also try to move some of the Morongo Basin into VVHD. It's, again, important that this community has adequate representation, and we please ask that you keep San Bernardino County's high desert together. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3434, and after that will be caller 1535. Caller 3434, please follow those prompts. That's for caller with the last 4 digits, 3434. You can now unmute your phone by pressing *6, please. One more time. Oh, go ahead.
Hello? Yep, thank you. Okay, so thank you to the Commission for extending the time for us for the deliberations for the redistricting of the Assembly districts. Hello, my name is Gino, and the San Fernando Valley maps, I believe, are getting better, but they do have a vital flaw. The San Fernando Valley is not being kept together. The communities of Bell Canyon, Hidden Hills, and other San Fernando Valley areas do not belong in a seat with Santa Clarita. These communities do not have a community interest with Santa Clarita. Our education, economic, and lifestyles are different. We would have our interests ignored in favor of Santa Clarita's issues. The Commission can make this right. We're asking that the Commission remove these communities from the District SCV and add them to the seat called South SFV. There, they will be with other San Fernando communities that share our values and interests. Since this will overpopulate the South San Fernando Valley District, the Commission can take Sunland Tahunga and place these communities with the Santa Clarita Valley District. Santa Clarita and Sunland Tahunga are part of the transportation hub, including the 210 freeway, and this would make that area more represented.
30 seconds.
And it would be a sensible move because it would just be swapping two populations. Thank you so much. This can help my community and others be more fairly represented with the new redistricting process. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1535, and then we will have caller 7223. Caller 1535. Go ahead.
Hi. Hello, my name is Tony Maldonado. I'm Latino. Regarding the Santa Clarita Assembly map, why do you want to silence the residents of Santa Clarita and make them irrelevant? That is what will happen if you take the third largest city in Los Angeles County and force it onto the San Fernando Valley. Santa Clarita is a thriving city and valley that borders Ventura County with very diverse, interconnected communities and no community segregated by ethnicity or race, as compared to the San Fernando Valley, which is home to numerous racially and ethnically segregated communities and with whom we do not want to be connected to. Santa Clarita is the anchor and largest city between itself and sister cities of Simi Valley, Fillmore, Moore Park, Acton, Agua Dulce, Gorman, Levick, and Fraser Park, with whom we want to be associated with. If the area were a county, Santa Clarita will be the county seat. Santa Clarita and our sister cities share many of the same interests, concerns, and services, and our residents traverse our cities on a regular basis for employment, commerce, and recreational purposes. Santa Clarita connects to Lake Piru and to all the other areas we are connected on freeways. Regarding public services, we share nothing with the city of Los Angeles. Therefore, please listen to our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7223, and then we'll have caller 4047. Caller 7223. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Renee, and I'm calling from the San Fernando Valley. I'd like to call attention to the fact that that you guys have done a great job in considering racial diversity and drawing these lines. But given the current iteration of the San Fernando Valley maps, you have drowned out and diluted the voices of lower income families and for tenants who will have to compete for their assembly members' time in a backdrop of more wealthy, affluent communities in which you have mixed in disproportionately. I know this is not your intention, nor was it intentional. I believe it's part of the systemic problem inherent with the Voting Rights Act that hasn't taken into consideration socioeconomic factors. Assembly District 38 is directly impacted when you bring in Calabasas and Woodland Hills, which are wealthy homeowners, and dilute that against the voices of tenants and those who are statistically making substantially less money than anyone on this commission makes. Please do not dilute the voices of those who struggle financially. Please go back to the 1110 draft map. The latest map contorts and strains to meet VRA to the point of the absurd. Keeping communities of interest should mean that the natural shared commuter, shopping, and employment communities are tied together, such as Chatsworth, Granada Hills, and North Hills. And it means that Simi Valley stays in Ventura County. It means that Woodland Hills and Calabasas is kept in the Southern Valley. Please, not one of you, there's only two of you that make less than $125,000 a year. The rest of you make vastly more money. Remember back to a time when you were less.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4047, and after that will be caller 1302. Caller 4047. That's caller with the last four digits, 4047. You can now unmute your phone by pressing *6, please. One more time for the caller with the last four digits, 4047. If you could please press *6 to unmute. We are ready for your public input. So sorry. We will come back to you. Again, for those in the queue, please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. Next up, we've got caller 1302, and after that will be caller 2515. Caller 1302, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hello, am I being heard?
We can hear you. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I am a multi-generational, lifelong Angelino and a proud member of the LA Latino community. I have been watching the redistricting commission go round and round on how to draw lines at the Senate and Assembly levels. For the life of me, I can't understand why you continue to pack Latinos or collapse Latinos VRA seats. It doesn't make any sense. For example, I do not understand why lines are being drawn that put East LA together with Boyle Heights. By doing this, you are actually reducing 2 VRA seats to 1. I recognize you have to make choices, but you are constitutionally required to put VRA considerations over keeping together communities of interest. Please do the right thing and protect VRA seats. Draw East LA in one district and Boyle Heights in another district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2515, and after that will be caller 6625. Caller 2515, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling from Santa Clarita. I'm calling because I want to make sure that the commission does not add Simi Valley with Santa Clarita Valley. Simi Valley is a separate area that's better off with other communities in Ventura County. They don't share law enforcement, water, fire. Economically, we don't have a lot, intertwined as we do with San Fernando Valley. So San Fernando Valley and Santa Cruz Valley belong together. And I will comment a little bit on the Assembly districts. I do think Woodland Hills kind of goes a little bit too far to the south, but maybe adjust it so that it combines Santa Cruz Valley with northern San Fernando Valley communities. But please do not put Simi Valley with Santa Cruz Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6625, and after that will be caller 5391. Caller 6625, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commission, and everyone involved. I just want to say that it's incredibly important that we keep the high desert together. Not just the high desert, but San Bernardino as a whole. I believe Commissioner Kennedy worked on doing this, but was slightly derailed by Commissioner Sedwandi. I ask Commissioner Kennedy that you try once more to be the voice for us and make sure that we get the high desert together. Commissioner Sedwandi, I understand your points, but I ask that you weigh public opinion and please work with Commissioner Kennedy on making the high desert whole. It's really important to us. Not only is it all one transportation corridor, we all work together out here, we all live together. It's really important for us to keep together. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5391, and after that will be caller 7592. Caller 5391. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead, please.
I'd just like to express my opinion on separating Boyle Heights and East LA. Boyle Heights and East LA are two separate communities. They have different police departments, different water departments, just like the previous callers had said. They're two communities of interest that deserve their own representation. They've been doing it for the past 20, 30 years. We hope the commission follows map T1 that was just put up today. It's a good start to keeping those communities in Sacramento with a voice. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7592, and after that will be caller 0003. Caller 7592, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. In regards to state assembly redistricting, Atherton is split between two districts. In regards to Santa Clara County, thank you for having the Franklin McKinley School District all or almost all in the Alum Rock District. However, it still seems to me that all of these Santa Clara County districts should be modified. The Golden Triangle area of San Jose is still divided between two districts, and the West Valley communities are still split among three districts. For visualization of my district modifications based on the November 10th draft assembly districts, the file at public input 33110 can be uploaded. So that's public input 33110. So I'm working on I'm trying to have the maps for my recommended modifications based on today or yesterday's draft plan. I hope to have that submitted later today. But yeah, I think the state assembly districts in the latest visualization for Santa Clara County, I think they all need to be modified. The Alum Rock district, the Fremont district, the San Tino district, the Gatos Cruz district. I might be forgetting one or two, but it seems to me they all should be modified. So I'll try and send my latest maps later today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0003, and after that will be caller 7170. Caller 0003, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kristen Nimmers. I'm an organizing coordinator with the Black Hub, working with local organizations and coalition members in the Central Valley and Bay Area. I'm calling to lift that the commission's map still splits Black communities in the Fresno area, around the Fig Garden Loop, west of the 99, and in Old Fig between Bullard and Shaw. These communities are very different from Clovis, as well as the surrounding more rural farm working communities, and should all be included in the core Fresno district. The hub has submitted an example of small adjustments the commission can make to its current structure that protect these communities of interest while also creating the necessary VRA districts. I'd urge the commission to look at that submission and ensure the protection of Black communities in the Fresno metro area. Additionally, in regards to the Bay Area, the commission is still pairing Vallejo with the rest of Solano and dissimilar Contra Costa communities like Bethel Island and Discovery Bay. Vallejo should be in the East CC district paired with Bay Point, Antioch, and Pittsburgh, as they share similar community interests, amenities, and demographics. Thanks so much for your time and work so far on these maps and for ensuring the protection of COIs throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you. And a reminder to all of our callers, your public input is being interpreted by ASL and live captioned by our captioners. Please take your time with city and county names and numbers. Up next, we've got caller 7170, and after that will be caller 4607. Caller 7170. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Steve Sheldon. I've lived in Orange County for nearly 50 years, and I'd like to say the commission to look at the quality of comments versus the quantity of comments. I'm very pleased that the recent visualization has Tustin with Irvine as it should be, but I'm concerned that that might change back, because Irvine and Costa Mesa do not belong together. Irvine should be in a district with the city of Tustin and North Tustin, perhaps Lake Forest. My concern is that the bulk of the testimony that is out there, many commissioners like Sine have said that testimony is to connect with Irvine, yet I believe that's different. I've researched the database, and 32 people stated Costa Mesa and Newport Beach belong together. The two cities do belong together. The newly formed People's Redistricting Alliance put up 31 comments about Costa Mesa, and their executive director, Daniel Itchinose, and I apologize if my pronunciation's wrong, put up 17 of his own comments, putting Costa Mesa with Irvine, even though Mr. Itchinose lives in Los Angeles, not in the area. I would suggest that we look at this as astroturfing for really what it is. There is an astroturf effort going on to have the commission look at this from a view that is quantity versus quality.
10 seconds.
Please read my letter. My letter from Steve Sheldon, I believe, summarizes the situation well. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4607, and after that will be caller 1595. Caller 4607. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yung Tran, and I called last week, but I wasn't able to get through, so I wanted to call again. I saw the Assembly District for Little Saigon, and I believe that it will dilute Little Saigon and the future growth of our growing community if you don't include part of Huntington Beach into our district. We don't do any shopping or even travel to Cypress or Stanton. Someone called in earlier to ask to keep Cypress with the North Orange County District, and we agree with them. Huntington Beach is important to Little Saigon. The largest minority community in Huntington Beach is now Asian Americans. For our Assembly District, please make sure you add all of North Garfield Street in Huntington Beach all the way to Sea Point Street and not stop at Beach Boulevard. Remove Cypress, Stanton, and East Garden Grove. We don't have any community of interest with these cities. Allow Little Saigon to have its assembly member that will represent the heart of Little Saigon to include Huntington Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1595, and after that will be caller 4832. Caller 1595.
All right.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ramsey Nicholson. I've lived in the community of Florence Firestone for over 15 years. I want to thank the commission for moving Florence Firestone out of the 105 LA map and putting us into the 110 LA map. Although the change is not perfect, our community members are happy with this change and want to thank you for putting us with similar communities, which I personally feel is extremely important. We ask for your help with a minor cleanup modification. I ask you to also place our next door neighbor from unincorporated Walnut Park and Huntington Park in the same LA 110 map. It is imperative to have Walnut Park and Florence Graham, which have been together for the past century, as this map splitting of unincorporated island will diminish our voices and efforts that we have fought so hard to receive for over the past 30 years. This cleanup will also decrease the excess of 4% deviation that you have in the gateway map, and will also help balance the Latino numbers in the gateway map. Please see the Latino equal representation map that was submitted today, as this map will accomplish this request. Thank you again for your time and consideration for this minor change.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4832, and after that will be caller 0590. Caller 4832. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. My name is Rhonda Werner. I've lived in Glendale for over 30 years, and I'm a longtime officer of the Adams Hill Neighborhood Association in South Glendale, and I'm vice president of the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council. Our member neighborhood associations, which represent over 100,000 residents, are very opposed to spinning off part of Glendale from Assembly District 43. Glendale is a charter city that shares common interests such as the Glendale Community College District, Glendale Unified School District, Glendale Police Department, Glendale Water and Power, and so on. Lumping part of our city in with East LA would create chaos and marginalize the most vulnerable residents in our city. Splitting the city would also disenfranchise and segregate residents in underserved communities, people we all want to help. Recent demographic studies of Glendale have shown that there is no racially polarized voting in our city. So dividing our population in half would only cause underrepresented communities to lose their voice in Sacramento. Spinning off Sunland, Tujunga, and La Crescenta in the north would make much more sense. Please leave the Glen LA map unchanged from the 2010 borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0590, and after that will be caller 6667. 0590. If you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for your time. I am a 35-year resident of Santa Clarita, and I am calling in support of the CA25 draft map that included AV and SCV. We are communities of common interest, which is not true of Simi Valley, and I would like to make sure that we do not add back Simi Valley, because I think doing so simply marginalizes the minority communities in SCV and the AV. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6667, and after that will be caller 3422. Caller 6667. Go ahead.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. My name is Dr. Irving Leibovitz. I represent Agudas Israel of California. We're an advocacy group in the Jewish community. Have been very active in redistricting for quite a number of years. About 10 years ago, we worked very hard to create Assembly District 50, which included the Jewish community and gave us a voice finally in the legislature. It included the Hancock Park area in Los Angeles, Beverly, Fairfax, Pico Robertson, parts of Westwood and West LA. That district in your current iteration has now been broken into 3 parts, and we basically do not have a Jewish district at all. We have unique issues around anti-Semitism, around some other issues that need to be represented, and it's important that we are the ultimate community of interest. Because of that, we live in clusters around our synagogues, et cetera, et cetera. In addition, we're looking at other communities of interest around the community. We're concerned about what's going on in the Valley. Seems like the Valley just became a shuffled deck of cards, and as many people have said on this call, needs to be relooked at. In addition, we're very concerned about what's going on in the Latino community. Boyle Heights and East LA need to be separated.
20 seconds.
The immigrant communities of Boyle Heights, Pico Union, and Central Alameda need to be worked together to create the proper Latino representation. Same issues are going on in the African American communities. We are very concerned that the Voting Rights Act is not being followed.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3422, and after that will be caller 8143. Caller 3422, please go ahead.
Good evening. The Azteca maps from the 12-2 to 12-4 have Latino CBAP at 57%. By drawing in La Quinta, he reduced the Latino CBAP to 56.45%. This action will dilute the voices of those most vulnerable who need representation that understand their needs. It won't actually weaken the CRC you are attempting to draw. Why would the commission do this? It simply doesn't make sense. If you understand the region, you would know that lifestyle, economic, and socioeconomic needs between La Quinta and the poorer communities of color across Coachella are extremely different. The median rent in La Quinta is $1,317 per month, while it is $927 per month in Indio. The value of property is even different. For example, the home median value in La Quinta is $398,000, while in Indio it's just $281,000. I know there have been a lot of voices asking to keep Coachella whole, but I recommend the commission remember the criteria and work to create a strong VRA district in which actual Latino representation is possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8143, and after that will be caller 9389. Caller 8143. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. My name is Natalie, and I'm calling from, I'm a worker at Clínica Monseñor Romero at Boyle Heights. Thank you, commissioners, for all your hard work. I am calling to urge the commission that you protect the voice of our Latino families in California by restoring the 2 Latino seats in LA, representing LA and Boyle Heights. What you have done to our latest map redemptions, it suppressed the voices of a community that has fought for the too long to have voices heard. I want to, again, voice my support to keep 2 Assembly Districts, 51 and 53, representing Central of LA and East Los Angeles. The Latino community deserves representation, and it's your responsibility to reserve it. Thank you very much for your time. Have a nice day and happy holidays.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9389, and after that will be caller 6959. Caller 9389. Go ahead. Caller 9389, can you hear me? We cannot hear you. If you could please press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead. If you could please check and see if your phone is on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Barbara George, and I live in Newport Beach, California. I'd like to thank the commissioners for all the wonderful work that they are doing, and I pray that this task isn't as daunting as it seems. I'd like for you to take into consideration keeping the coastal cities together in Orange County as you begin the week redrawing the congressional maps on behalf of myself and over 1,000 other citizens who have interacted with the commission. I'm asking you to please hear our voices. Separating the coastal communities diminishes their ability to fight for the infrastructure needed to support their economy, and they deserve one representative. And coastal cities face unique issues that their inland counterparts do not, and they require important working relationships with the California Coastal Commission and the Army Corps of Engineers and climate is changing, and we need a representative to represent all of our coastal interests and protect our beachfront's beauty, tourism, and business interests. We have a lot in common, these coastal communities, and we do not have those things in common with the LA coastal communities. And I'm asking you, please, to take into consideration keeping us together. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6959, and after that will be caller 1043. Caller 6959.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we sure can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, this is Hung Wei. I'm a council member with the Cupertino and a former Fremont Union High School District Board member. I'm speaking to express my own observations in my personal capacity in relation to the congressional redistricting. First, I really want to thank you for all your hard work, commissioners. We in Cupertino recognize that the Cupertino residents have similar priorities and challenges with the residents in cities like Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Milpitas, and Fremont. Therefore, I strongly recommend adoption of the draft map labeled CD Very Sunny Draft. As a member of the Cupertino City Council, I understand how Cupertino is home to many, many technology workers who commute to and from between Cupertino and the technology job centers within cities such as Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Milpitas, and Fremont. Each one of our cities is home to technology workers in the thousands, and all our cities have a strong shortage of affordable housing, limited public transit system, and much traffic congestion.
30 seconds.
As a result, Cupertino and other cities really need to work together so that our leaders and residents can work with our congressional leaders to resolve, all the problems with our affordable housing and traffic
15.
congestions. I strongly recommend that you adopt the CD Very Sunny Draft. And thank you so much for your time and your hard work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1043, and after that will be caller 7369. Caller 1043. Caller with the last four digits, 1043. If you could please press *6 to unmute. Go ahead. Caller 1043. Hey.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Go ahead.
Yes, dear Commissioner, I have made a comment and also called in the last couple of months. I have spent at least a couple hours on the phone waiting today since I wasn't able to make the public comment on Saturday night. Commissioner Anderson, we appreciate your comment on proposing that north of Garfield Street on Huntington Beach should to be added to Little Saigon, and there was a little suggestion to also remove Stanton. Thank you for those comments. This comment makes us so excited because it shows that you have heard our voices. However, the map that came out today had none of these changes. And also, as cypress to the map, it's very concerning that we won't have the right assembly district for Little Saigon, and all of our effort make no difference in this process. We are now asking to the map today, add all of the North Huntington Beach of Garfield Street to the end at Seaport Street. Keep our youth together and the school districts, businesses, and culture together. Remove surplus, no interest to Little Saigon. Remove station and Los Spanish communities. Also with the Anaheim remove is Garden Grove at the Euclid Avenue. Los Spanish communities should go to the Santa Ana. We are begging and asking you to give us the right assembly members to represent Little Saigon in this future growth. Thank you very much. God bless. Goodbye.
Thank you. And as a reminder for those calling in, please speak at a steady pace and take your time with county names, city names, and numbers. That'll help with the interpretation and with hearing what you're saying. Caller 7369 is next, and after that will be caller 2911. Caller 7369. If you could please follow the prompts by pressing *6. Caller 7369, we know you've been waiting a long time. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Unai Montes, Unai Montes. And like other callers, I've been very concerned about what I'm seeing in Los Angeles County at what appears to be a loss of a Latino seat. I think ultimately, beyond the points that have been made already today, what we need to note is that these areas that are losing an additional vote in the state assembly are areas that were disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. It's not just that there are Latino seats because they have high counts of Hispanic surnames. They're Latino seats because they have a high concentration of essential workers, high concentrations of IT households, high concentration of folks that have mixed status families, a high concentration of folks that have basically been excluded from federal relief and just excluded from all of the early rounds of vaccination because they involved, basically having online access to a private vehicle. They are very specific Latino populations, traditionally who have lived on the east side of Los Angeles in Los Angeles County. And to shrink the total number of Latino seats beyond all of the things that we know about the constitutional mandate to maintain those seats feels fundamentally wrong. It reflects a gentrification of our assembly. And I don't think it's anyone's intention to gentrify our assembly by removing a Latino seat. So please keep the total number of Latino seats the same, if not increasing them from 2010. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2911, and after that, it'll be caller 9823. Caller 2911, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone on the line. My name is Janine Arakat with the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans, and I'll be speaking on adjustments to assembly maps for San Diego. As so many of you today, I've been on the line for over 3 hours, and so when I say that I'm calling on behalf of the Black, African, Middle Eastern Muslim refugee community in San Diego, it's because so many of them couldn't be on the line for this long. So again, I'm speaking in community in the neighborhoods of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Southeast San Diego, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. Our organization has participated in a very intentional, nonpartisan, community-driven process to understand our shared priorities and discuss why we should be kept together. During this process, communities were also able to identify the social demographic characteristics, economic interests, and their shared policy priorities, such as economic development, criminal justice, mental health services, and housing. And you've heard for months the needs of these and concerns of these communities. I'd like to keep it brief and just say that in the La Mesa Spring Valley map, we want to ask that you bring in La Presa, Mid-City, Normal Heights into this district, and the rest of Skyline, Paradise Hills, and the portion of southeastern San Diego by the 94 that was split. In the Chula Vista, San Isidro map, take out El Cajon and move into central San Diego. It's very concerning that you're splitting a huge community of interest who's already been historically disenfranchised. Again, bring in the central San Diego, El Cajon into a district and pair with the Mesa communities.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9823, and after that will be caller 5046. Caller 9823. Go ahead.
Hi, I would like to urge that Boyle Heights and East LA be separated as they are two distinct communities, one being in the city of Los Angeles while the other is in the county. I would also like to suggest that we do more to connect immigrant communities by keeping Boyle Heights, Pico Union, and South Central together. And in doing this, it will ensure compliance with the Voting Rights Act by ensuring that two districts in central LA exceed 50% of the Latino voting age population, not just one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 5046, and after that will be caller 8885. Caller 5046, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, this is Andrew from Culver City. I am calling in response to this latest iteration. As you know, you have a state Senate district, you have and a congressional district, which ties Culver City to parts of the airport and to East LA. And Culver City is at a crossroads between West LA, the LAX area, and East LA. All we are asking, as you did with your previous iteration, is to make Culver City a part of the West Side District. And that way you can also better protect the VRA districts in question and unite the Orthodox communities, as was brought up with earlier callers. In your previous iterations, if you put Beverly Hills and the Pico Robertson area over in that district with West Hollywood. And then you can take some of those communities that were brought up around USC that have historically been part of an African American district and make sure that they have appropriate representation as well. There's been a lot of comment about uniting Culver City. Thank you very much. Sorry. There's been a lot of comment about uniting Culver City and bringing it together in one district. We just ask that one of these districts tie to the west side so that Culver City's combined identity can be respected in all of those areas, and united with the Silicon Beach community where it shares a lot of tech and environmental resources. Thank you so very much for all of your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8885, and after that will be caller 4590. Caller 8885, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello, yes, my name is David Brewer. I live in Victorville, California. I'm recently current person running for California governor. I have a big concern of the separation of the high desert and San Bernardino going to LA County. Most people move from LA County to San Bernardino County due to cost of living and higher taxes in LA County. We cannot afford that. Therefore, I am asking that the commission sit down with local politicians and redraft a map more suited to current atmospheres and stuff like that to actually bring to the people and allow us to vote on which map we decide is best. Listen to the people. I have been listening to these conversations all night. And if nothing else, it says that the people should have a voice in this, whether they like it or they don't. So I'm asking you to please consider going to our local levels and sitting down and drafting up new maps with our local levels, our mayor, our business, everything. Please consider the people's voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4590, and after that will be caller 1143. Caller 4590, if you could please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Sabrina Sanders. I'm calling from the Long Beach area. Thank you so much for keeping Long Beach together as much as possible and for your work on the assembly maps and for the time that you've put into protecting VRA districts. Equity and racial justice is incredibly important to our community and to me personally. And I live in Long Beach because of its diversity. My wife and I, both African American women, celebrate diversity and LGBTQ support that we see in our neighborhood and across all of the city of Long Beach. Over the past 10 years, we've tackled some really difficult issues as a community, and we've been lucky to have support from our state and our congressional officials. Housing and education have been a way of bringing about robust conversations from people in the community across Long Beach, and we haven't shied away from talking about them. Equity has become a component of almost nearly all of our policy debates. Thank you for keeping our city as together as possible so that we can continue to strengthen our work. And I hope that the progress we're able to make not only benefits my community, but all of California. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 1143, and after that will be caller 8224. Caller 1143, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Commissioner, thank you for taking my call today and taking public comment. My name is Eric Swanson. I'm the president of the Hesperia Unified School District, and we're the largest employer in the high desert. And what we are is a school district that helps other school districts around us, all try to make sure that we're for those smaller school districts that aren't able to, do different things themselves. One of the things that the split will do with putting us together with Antelope Valley is going to be very detrimental to what we're able to do here. Not only does it in the Victor Valley area split, I believe, around 7 school districts, it splits many, many school districts on the Antelope Valley area too. And this doesn't make any sense. And one of the things we've been trying to do as a school district, work very, very closely with the other school districts and to make sure that we're on the same page, making sure that different things are happening, make sure our representation. The other thing I can see that we've been trying to work out really heavily in Hesperia is to make sure our Latino vote, our Latino community is not being split. By splitting Hesperia in half and Hesperia Unified School District in half,
30 seconds.
we're splitting the Latino community. This just doesn't make any sense. So we just do not have any connection that works between Antelope Valley and the Victor Valley. If there was, we'd have a big freeway between us. The way
15.
that education, the way that everybody works there is completely different. So I would please just request that the commission come back and reconsider keeping the two areas separated.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8224, and after that'll be caller 2252. Caller 8224, if you could please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling regarding my Little Saigon community. I have called in and spoke already last week. Having listened to the hearing on Saturday night, I want to thank Commissioner Anderson for suggest to help Little Saigon by adding all up north of Garfield in Huntington Beach, and Commissioner Akutagawa suggest to remove Stanton. So I was so excited and we're looking forward to seeing the new revised assembly map this morning, and none of the suggestions were taken. I'm very confused. Today is your last day to look at the assembly district linear from our Little Saigon community. For GGW map and add all of the North Garfield to Seaport Street in Huntington Beach. Important to keep our children's school district together. Huntington Harbor has a majority Vietnamese American living there. Remove it up Garden Road. Everything is up Julie Street or West Street. They belong with Santa Ana Latino community. Remove Stanton. They belong with Anaheim and Latino community. Thank you. Thank you again, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2252, and after that'll be caller 5958. Caller 2252. Please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rebeca Estrada y estoy con la coalición de vecinos. Estoy hablando primeramente para agradecer por escuchar nuestros testimonios y trazar líneas que enlazan al este de Los Ángeles con Eagle Rock. Dicho esto, sean administradores responsables de los votantes latinos y no unan a Boyle Heights con el este de Los Ángeles. Al hacer esto involuntariamente, están colapsando 2 escaños de la Asamblea de la Ley de Derechos Electorales en uno, y esto no es aceptable. Repito, esto es inaceptable. Entiendo que están bajo presión para cumplir con los plazos designados antes que ustedes, pero no pueden tomar atajos a costa de la habilidad, de la capacidad de los latinos para elegir a los candidatos de su elección. Nuestras comunidades merecen todas las oportunidades para tener una representación equitativa. Muy buenas tardes y gracias.
Gracias. Up next, we've got caller 5958, and after that'll be caller 0106. Caller 5958. Go ahead. Caller 5958, you are unmuted, but we do not hear you. Could you please check to see if your phone is on mute?
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me now?
We sure can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jean, and I live in downtown Long Beach. Thank you for your service on this commission and for all you're doing for Californians. For me, what really stands out has been how much you all have been able to take in our feedback and really translate that onto the maps. I also work really closely with the Port of Long Beach, and I can't express how important federal leadership is to our port, especially right now. We are in a cargo congestion crisis, and congressional representation that understands the port is really critical. I know you'll be looking at those maps later this week. And so I just wanted to add that the Port of Long Beach and the Port of Los Angeles need to be in separate congressional districts. They're competitors in a way that makes our port stronger. And especially during the supply chain crisis, having two federal representatives has been critical. 40% of America's cargo goes through these ports, and they're the largest in the country. That's 40%. So your work in placing both ports with their respective cities is so important. Thank you, and America's economy thanks you. You all have a really big job to do, so thank you for taking the time to listen to us.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0106, and after that will be caller 0784. Caller 0106. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Navon Watson. I've called today to speak on behalf of Long Beach City College. We have one college district with two campuses in Long Beach, but our district also serves Lakewood and Signal Hill. We've mostly engaged with you all on the congressional map, especially because education is so heavily influenced by federal policy, and because it is so important to us to keep our two campuses in a single congressional district. We've been consistently engaging with this commission as a way to look out for our 24,000 students, about 36% who are full-time. We rely on federal representation and advocacy for our students to succeed. Thank you for putting both of our campuses in the same assembly district. We see that as a good sign for things in the future. Please continue this trend and our campuses together in your final Senate and congressional maps as well. Thank you again for all you are doing, and we appreciate you taking into consideration our feedback.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0784, and after that will be caller 8817. Caller 0784.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The current San Fernando Valley Assembly maps are too broken to repair, and the last minute assembly map in the valley needs to be scrapped. The current maps in the San Fernando Valley break up long-standing and cultural and economic ties that have long been how the valley has organized itself. We feel this is a last-minute play by Commission staff and local corporate interests to push maps that the San Fernando Valley residents doesn't support. The previous assembly map visualizations preserve working neighborhoods and existing alignments better than the current visualizations, and we urge you to do the right thing for the San Fernando Valley working communities. Unite Toluca Lake,
30 seconds.
All North Hollywood, Valley Glen, and Van Nuys. Over 300 comments have been submitted since Saturday on the San Fernando Valley Assembly maps, and we urge you to fight back corporate business interests. I appreciate your hard work. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. In just a moment, while I check on our schedule. Stand by, everybody, please.
We have another minute.
Stand by. I'm going to get an update here. Just a moment. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Please stand by. All right. Our captioners are going to help us finish these callers before we go to break, everybody. Thank you so much to our captioners. And thank you so much to those who have called in and for your patience. We know that you have been waiting a long time. Up next, we've got caller 8817. And after that will be caller 9575. Caller 8817, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris, and I'm calling from Huntington Beach in Orange County. And I want to thank the Commission for all their hard work so far, especially hearing our comments that Orange County coastal cities are a critical community of interest. When you start with the congressional districts tomorrow, my hope is that you don't let Orange County become victims of ripple effects that happen in Los Angeles County, and instead prioritize our interests. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 9575. After that will be caller 9457. Caller 9575. Please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Karen Diaz. I'm calling from CHIRLA, the Coalition for Human and Immigrant Rights. We want to commend you on the dedication to serve all Californians. Today, I want to provide feedback on State Assembly Iterations 1206 in the San Bernardino County. For San Bernardino SBCHR, we love that you strengthen the Federal Voting Rights Act district at the assembly level in the city of San Bernardino. Community input from Highland residents make it clear that they identify more with the urban population in San Bernardino County rather than the rural communities to their north. So thank you for the iteration, which has edited to include Rialto and the northern parts of Montana, but Baselines Avenue to respect the priorities of the Black communities and the Ebony Triangle. We are proposing minor tweaks to this district. We suggest adding the city of Colton again, and this can be possible by making a swap with the area of Menton by cutting along Alabama Street. In addition to that, I want to provide feedback on the Antelope iterations for the High Desert District. We appreciate that you kept the voting rights district at the assembly level to respect the communities of Hesperia, Adelanto, and Victorville. We sent some written descriptions that would strengthen this district 15. By expanding towards Avenue I and Ranchero Road as much as possible. And this could be made possible by making some cuts in the Antelope Valley side along the Pearl Blossom Highway, connecting it to the 138 highway instead of...
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9457, and after that will be caller 7840. Caller 9457, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Gracias. Comisionados, estamos profundamente preocupados por la división propuesta de nuestras comunidades latinas de Coachella Valley. Sería un error separar Desert Hot Springs y Cathedral City de las comunidades de Indio, Coachella y más al este que comparten un fuerte vínculo. Estas áreas pertenecen juntas. Somos completamente diferentes de la Quinta y las áreas montañosas en los mapas propuestos. Por favor, no pierdan más sus derechos sobre nuestra área marginada. Esto desharía años de esfuerzos concertados para mejorar nuestra región, mantener unidas a nuestras comunidades latinas y darnos nuestra mejor oportunidad de lograr una representación equitativa. Gracias.
Gracias. And as a reminder, if you've called in today and you have not yet spoken and you have not yet raised your hand, please press *9. We are getting down to our last callers. Again, that's for caller 2211, caller 2313, caller 4141, and caller 4222. Please press *9 if you would like to give comment at this time. Up next, we've got caller 7840, and after that will be caller 1784. Caller 7840. That's caller with the last 4 digits, 7840. You can now unmute by pressing *6, please. One more time for caller 7840. If you are ready to give comment, please press *6. Thank you for listening, caller 7840. Now we've got caller 1784, and after that will be caller 0230. And that is my last hand. If you have not yet given comment and you wish to give comment, please press star 9. Caller 1784, please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Well, let me tell you, Commission, that was probably the longest I've ever been on hold, but I can only imagine what the 14 of you have had to put up with for all this time. So thank you for your patience. Happy to speak. I just want to go back up to the East Stanislaus, the East San Joaquin, and the mountain counties. I heard some callers earlier call in on this. I'm one of the folks that lives literally right on the border of this area. And I have property in the high elevation, and I have property in the lower foothills. And I just want to say that I want to appreciate Commissioner Anderson. I heard you on Saturday. The Motherlode region appreciates you trying to keep everything together, sincerely, and the hard work, and you've been a real voice for our communities. However, I do want to call and say that I do agree with what Commissioner Fornashari and Turner, and I think Commissioner Yee, if I'm not mistaken, we're trying to do. If you draw a line from Don Pedro to Lake McClure, Copperopolis, Chinese Camp, LaGrange, and Knights Ferry, all those communities share interests, and I ask that you consider that compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got caller 0230, and after that will be caller 8495, and that is my last hand. If you want to give comment and you have not done so, please press star 9. Caller 0230, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Megan O'Reilly Green. I'm the co-president of Starship PTO. It's a parent organization that serves Orion Alternative School in Redwood City, which integrates students from diverse economic and racial backgrounds. Redwood City is a very unique area of interest. We have many marginalized communities, which is very different from other cities around us, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to split our district in the Assembly's map. I think the congressional map does a lot better in keeping the Redwood City district together. If we're split, then the proposed Assembly map splits Redwood City so that our voices will be diluted on key policy issues related to education. It's extremely difficult to educate kids from a really diverse background, but we figured it out. And so I'm just asking to express support for the Assembly map submitted by Veronica Esquimez. I ask you to keep Redwood City intact, and we'd like you to approve that map submitted by Veronica Esquimez. And thank you so much. This has been incredibly difficult, but you guys have done a great job. So thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8495, and after that will be caller 2313. And we see your hand, 8565. Thank you so much. Caller 2211, if you want to give comment, please press star 9. Caller 4141, please press star 9. Caller 4222, please press star 9. As you do not have your hands raised, you have not yet given comment. Also, for caller 8359, if you wish to give comment, please press star 9. Up next, we've got caller 8495. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rahma Abdi. I'm a community organizer with PANA. Today, I'm calling on behalf of Black, African, Middle Eastern, Muslim refugee communities in San Diego. In the neighborhood of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Southeastern San Diego, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. We live in underserved communities in San Diego where we shut out of all decision-making process. We want to bring change in our community by being a unified voting bloc. The refugee community experiences high rates of hidden homelessness, with families doubling up in the same home to afford rent and having to face and navigate a new environment without language access. In La Mesa, Spring Valley map brings La Presa, Mid-City, Normal Heights into this district, as well as the rest of Skyline, Paradise Hills, and a small portion of southeastern San Diego by the 94 that was split. In Chula Vista and San Isidro map, take out El Cajon and move it into the central SD. In the Central, we bring El Cajon to home into the district to pair with Mesa communities. Take out Uptown, Balboa Park, Greater Golden Hills to pair with
30
downtown.
seconds.
I urge you to keep our community together and give us an opportunity to change, to bring change to our community. Our Black, African, Middle Eastern, Muslim, refugee communities are tired of being on the menu. It's time for us to be at the table. Thank you, and please keep our community together.
Thank you. And up next is caller 2313. And after that is caller 8565. And those are our final hands before break. Up next, caller 2313. If you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz, and I'm here to support the MALDEF plan. I am a resident of Fresno, and I know it's very important to keep the South Fresno region together, as it has many urban needs that the current AD 31 lines dilute. Also, as a Latino male in a biracial Hmong Latino family, I also feel it is important not to only keep Latino Khois together, but also Hmong, Sikh, African American, and Muslim families. The proposed AD 31 district lines in the MALDEF plan lifts those communities in an unprecedented way, while also combining together Latino communities of interest in a better thought out manner. Yes, I please urge you to support this MALDEF plan. There hasn't been many people speaking up for the Central Valley and the Fresno area, at least in this meeting that I've been listening to. This just urge you all to not forget that this is a region, in particular AD 31. This is where a lot of the folks that are farm workers live in. And as we know, that agriculture is a major contributor to the California economy. And this is exactly where those folks that work the fields and contribute live at. So please keep us in mind. And thank you all for your service. I know this is a very difficult job you all are doing, and thank you for listening. Have a good night.
Thank you. And now, caller 8565, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your commitment to the state of California and this daunting task that you guys are faced with. I am a former neighborhood council member in the Valley Glen community in the San Fernando Valley in LA County. And I ask that the communities of Valley Glen, North Hollywood, Van Nuys, Toluca Lake, and Valley Village be united into one district. This was similar to the Central San Fernando Valley District until a couple of days ago, where you guys completely turned it upside down and destroyed the Valley communities from being united into one district. Please revert back to former maps or adjust the current maps to accommodate for that. I do understand that the staff has a very difficult task and probably doesn't understand all parts of the state equally, so please take that into account when you're looking at this. Also, looking at the map, you guys have divided the community of Glendale, and that is really not a appropriate way to do it. I would actually suggest that you guys move some population from Glen, LA can pick up more of Glendale, going all the way to the Hill communities, combining all the flats of Glendale into one district. So at least do that if you can't unite all of Glendale into one district. And just unite San Fernando Valley. I did have my parents on the line, except they hit the wrong buttons when they were speaking. You have two others here.
And Chair Toledo, that is all of our raised hands at this time. I defer to
Thank you. Thank you, California, for being so engaged in this process. We appreciate all the written comments that have come in, all of the testimony, and those who've been waiting in line to give testimony. We are going to take our lunch break and come back after lunch, but if you want to provide comment to the commission, feel free to do so through our website and through the many platforms that are available to you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you after our lunch break. Our lunch is from we'll go to 4:45 rather. 4:45. Okay, so 5:15 is what we need. So we'll be back at 5:15. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are continuing on with our visualization process. We have our draft maps posted, the maps for the state of California. We've received public comment, a lot of public comment, and we've been reviewing it all weekend and into the morning and afternoon. And now it's time to have a conversation around what we are prioritizing. We've seen all the testimony. I'd like to get into a brief conversation, because we don't have too much time, about our priorities for refinement. And so I'll just go around and check in with commissioners and see what they've heard and their top 1 or 2 refinement priorities. So I'll start with the person on my screen, up in the main screen in the room. So that would be Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Anderson, what are your top 2 refinement priorities? And I'm writing them down so that as we go through, we prioritize the ones that are the top.
Okay. There are a lot all through Southern California. I'm sure other people will say those. So I will say my 2 will be the fixing the Oakland, the Rockridge area, and seeing what we can do about the vineyard, gold country trade.
Vineyard and Oakland. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Vasquez, your 2 top priorities. And anything you want to say about the feedback that we've received as well.
Thank you. I would like to continue to think through both South Los Angeles as well as Northeast Los Angeles. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So South Los Angeles, so north, did you say Northeast Los Angeles, Neela?
Correct.
Or the whole region?
The area of Northeast Los Angeles, which includes what's currently visualized as Glen, LA, and Neela.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, Commissioner Kennedy.
What Commissioner Vasquez said, and seeing if we can fix the Coachella Valley a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay, Coachella Valley, adding it on. All right, let's go on to Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take a peek at South Fresno and the Los Angeles area in general.
LA. Okay, South Fresno and LA. Let's move on to Commissioner Fornishari. Top 2 priorities.
Well, we heard a lot about the San Fernando Valley today, and I think my other priorities have already been said.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
I would like to, I'd like to focus on, come back to Orange County and the South LA area particularly too.
South LA. Perfect. All right, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Logan Heights, Sherman Heights, and just fixing that boundary, that's a quick one. Coachella Valley and Redwood City split.
Perfect, Redwood City. Excellent. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, I would like to revisit the Eastern Sierras, that huge district that we currently have going all the way up to the Oregon border. See if we can do something with that. Also, other things that have been mentioned, the Oakland split, rechecking Redwood City. And then one I'll add is the Florence Firestone. We've gotten so much feedback on that. I'm not sure we can do anything, but want to double check that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Sadwani.
Boyle Heights and East LA and the San Fernando Valley.
San Fernando Valley. Perfect. All right, so let's hear from Commissioner Fernandez.
Well, everybody has already, I had my top 5, and you guys have all said it. I was my top 5, but they've already been done. The East LA Boyle Heights, the Florence Graham, I had a Florence Graham Vineyard, the High Desert area, and the Sierras. So it's all been duplicated.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All there. And we captured yours as well. All right. So we have Commissioner Lamont.
I don't have anything additional to add, Chair. Thank you.
All captured. Perfect. And then for me, it would be as the High Sierras, Inyo to the Oregon border, revisiting that, as well as, actually, I'm just going to focus on, that would be my top priority. Fresno, potentially. There might be a couple of changes, but minor, potentially, but I think that's captured already. All right, so thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Ahmed? I'm not saying.
Thank you. I also agree with the Boyle Heights question. Then also that long district from Inyo all the way to the Oregon border is also a priority of mine.
Thank you. So let's get started. So I think what we're gonna do, and so I think what we're gonna do is we're going to start with the most popular. We're going to start with Southern California. So we're going to start with Southern California, down near the border, San Diego, and move our way up. And so let's start with Southern California. We have Savon in the room, I guess,
Hello,
in the virtual
Chair?
room.
I'm in the room. I'm in the house.
You're in the house. You're in the room. You're ready to go. All right, perfect. Some visualizations that you have for us, Savon. I know you've been working on some visualizations.
I don't have anything. I worked with several commissioners offline, and perhaps they would be better to explain those requested changes than I would be.
So you've been working with individual commissioners. Those plans are posted as potential refinements
Yes.
in our handouts, and we will be going through them individually. But let's start with Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sinai?
I'm trying. Okay.
No worries.
If we zoom into by the 94, there's a piece that's been cut.
Oops.
And I know it's understandable just because we have. Ooh.
Sorry, I lost my. There we go. Okay.
So that, yeah, if it would be great to know how many people that is and where we would need to cut somewhere differently. Because this is the area of Sherman Heights, Logan, this area is one that gets cut a lot. So it would be really nice to have this pull all the way up to the 94.
Any concerns from the floor about adding this portion? Let's highlight it and see how many people live there. And while we're doing that, I'm just going to, here's the schedule that we have for right now. The plan is to go until 6:15 in Southern California. Hopefully we'll be able to wrap those refinements issues, or at least be able to get through most of them. Then have a break at 6:15. Then when we come back, we do Los Angeles till 7:30. Then have a break. Come back at 7:45. Work on the Central Valley. Then we'd work through the Central Valley until about 9 o'clock, and we'd end with the Northern California region. So that's general. I mean, there might be some areas that take more time than other. I see a lot more issues in the Southern California region and Los Angeles region than I do in the Central Valley and Northern California, but we'll allocate time accordingly, but we'll try to maintain a fair proportion of time being allocated to each region. All right, with that, Commissioner Sinai, let's look at population. We have 1,371 people in that area. Shifting
So the deviation goes up to 5.1, right?
Yeah. So as was shown in the PDF that is posted on the website, that would push CVSY into an over 5% deviation. So the question would then become for the commission where to take population out and create a city split as the rest of the jurisdictions in this district are kept whole.
Yeah. My recommendation would be to look at Bonita, if we could do a split in Bonita.
Perfect. So let me go ahead and accept this change.
And
I don't know if
And
other
if you want to
commissioners have
direct me on streets, or we can just start pulling and see how populated this area is.
Let's hear from Commissioner Fornashari.
So in the community maps that we've looked at, you know, Barrio Logan just goes slightly over the bridge. We have it going further over the bridge. Does anybody live there in that area, or is that just not populated out there? Where it says Ferry Center, I guess it's not that much more than I've seen, and there's probably not many people living in the area we would cut. So, yeah, let's go to Bonita.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari.
I don't really have a recommendation within Bonita. I'm sorry.
Okay,
And
well,
this is
in
a-
that case.
This
Oh,
is a
excuse
VRA
me.
area, is it? I see it highlighted in yellow. I just want to verify.
Yes, it is.
Since it's a VRA area, can we please put the Latino CVAP on?
Yes, the Latino CVAP is on, and you can see it in the pending changes box in this, where my cursor is circling.
Apologize, I meant to say Latino heat map.
Oh, yes, one moment, please. I turned the yellow off so hopefully you can see a little bit better.
So it looks like the population is evenly spread out throughout the city. Commissioner Fanai? Can we zoom out in this district and see if there's any?
I don't think that the red that looked evenly spread is actually the heat map.
Oh, you think that?
That's a color to differentiate it, like the Spring Valley?
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought it was when you said that, and I was like, wait.
Are you talking about the pink of the city?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can turn off the cities for a second so you can see.
Thank you, that would be helpful.
Yeah, one moment, please.
One of the reasons we were thinking of Bonita is just
There we
because
go.
it has a funny little V in it.
Yeah, so I think you're talking about widening this kind of tail that is part of the city of La Presa, but perhaps we could take some population from this part of Bonita to make that a little bit more, or more compact potentially.
That I like that. I don't know what others are thinking. And it looks like Commissioner Fernashari might have an idea.
Yeah, let's hear from. Nope. Not at this time, but. Okay, so let's. Go ahead, Commissioner Fernashari. Go ahead.
Not a better idea. I just keep forgetting to put my hand in.
So maybe at this time, maybe Commissioner Sinai, you might want to suggest an area for us to highlight, and we can compare and look at the CVAPs and the proportions.
Yeah, so we're looking at a little over 1,000 people. So I have the populations of each census block. So we are probably only going to need to add a couple of census blocks from Bonita to get the population deviation back under 5. Would you like me to start adding population?
Yes, please.
Okay. this window back over. So that technically brings it within our population deviation. Would you like me to keep going?
Can you compare the CVAP, what it was before and what it is now, since it is a VRA area?
So it looks like, well, with that changed in the Logan Heights area, it was at 56.01, and this makes it 56.04.
Okay, so it's
So
pretty
minimal
stable.
change. Yes, it's a pretty small amount of people. It's just this district was already pretty close to being overpopulated already.
Savan, does it make sense if I say, can we keep what's closest to, that's all the same district. Okay, never mind, I'm quiet.
Okay, Commissioner.
I would say just do the minimum, that piece, but.
I think that this is the minimum, right, Savan? So this
Yep,
is the minimum cut
pretty
that we can
close
make.
to the minimum. Yep. And I don't know if council wants to weigh in about 4.87%, but that's under 5. So my understanding is that that's within your legal range. Should I go ahead and commit this change?
Commissioner Sinai, this change, are you okay with it? Is everybody else okay with this change? I'm looking for general consensus.
People feel about the deviation?
So it was about this deviation when we ended yesterday. So
Not a big change to deviation, not a big change to population, because we're talking about very few people. It's really just a matter of who we're cutting. At this point, it's prioritizing one COI over another. Commissioner Fernandez?
Savan, can you just move into that area that you just highlighted?
yeah,
Please?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Do you want me to turn the Google base map on?
Sure. Yes, actually. Yeah, I'd like to see the streets. I was just trying to see if there was a more defined, like a main road or something like that, like right there. I don't know. I'm just, instead of a random through a neighborhood, I think. I don't know. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, those two would work. I mean, people know Briarwood and Sweetwater.
Perfect. That again changes things very minimally. Should I go ahead and commit this change?
I see general consensus, no opposition. So let's commit this change and let's go to our next change.
Perfect. So just to summarize that swap we did, we took about 1,000 people out of the city of Bonita to accommodate moving the boundary to the 94, which would keep intact the historic barrio COIs. Chair, which district would you like me to take a look at next?
Let's hear from the floor, which refinements would, any other refinements in this area? We're in the San Diego region at this point. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I lowered my hand. Anyway, I've got another little one in Carmel Valley, but it's really I don't know how big it is. So
Let's go to Carmel Valley.
I hate to take up time, but
We're spending time in the Southern California region today.
yeah. So the idea here would be to use the Penasquito Canyon line and see how much of Carmel Valley from the 5 going east we can capture, just to make this area a little bigger, where the Torrey Pines, Del Mar Heights is. And it's that school district. I mean, we'll still be splitting the school district, but we'll be adding a little bit more together.
So Commissioner Sinai, just in terms of moving population, which district are we moving in and out of?
We would be moving out of San Marcos and into the coast.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
San Marcos and into
Oh,
the
no.
coast.
Is that San Marcos or is that Central? Yeah,
There are 3 districts here. This district
Right.
here is Central SD. This district here is Escondido San Marcos, and this district here is the SD coast.
yeah. So this would be moving it from Escondido, San Marcos towards the coast.
Either of these districts would probably have enough capacity to absorb it. Where's the population you want to highlight?
I don't know how far we can go without the negative getting too negative on either one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could go to Carmel Country Road, I don't know if that'll work or not.
One moment, please.
And the reasoning for this?
It's a school district, and Carmel Valley and Del Mar are very close together, but this part is part of the school district up above it.
Thank you. So community input regarding keeping the school districts whole?
Yeah.
Or
all right.
And for full disclosure, it's the school district my kids are in, full disclosure.
So this brings population in west of Carmel County Road, or Carmel Country Road. I'm sorry, the label is partially blocked. And then as south as Carmel Mountain Road. This would bring the deviation just under 5 to negative 4.95%. And in SD Coast, the deviation would become 3.36%.
These are still within acceptable ranges.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, I'm hearing since we're doing it for a school district and the 3 schools are above the 56, I'm now thinking it might make sense to go use 56 as the south boundary and just capture the 3 high schools.
So how far in, see moving
see how
closer
far
here?
You can go.
Okay, one moment.
I'm sorry,
please.
guys. And then this is just a question for my colleagues to think about. We've heard a couple of people say putting El Cajon whole and moving it into central San Diego. So it's just a thought out there if others want to try to put that city whole.
So it looks like this area is a little bit more densely populated. Mm-hmm. So I can continue to add population, but I don't know if there's a major road in here that I'll be able to snap to.
So we're almost at the legal limit of -5.
So right here we're at negative 4.53, and I'll keep adding census blocks here.
4.76. That's probably as far as we can go.
Yeah, and this will
have to come back.
Can you zoom in? What's that road right? Can you zoom in a little? Sorry.
Yeah. Carmel Canyon Road.
Oh yeah. Are we okay right here?
We're okay right here.
Yep, 4.53.
Yeah, if my call.
We can't hear you. You're on mute.
If I know, I just noticed.
No worries.
If my colleagues feel comfortable here, then I'm comfortable here.
Let's check consensus as general consensus on making a change. It keeps this area within general deviations, no compliance issues that I can see at this point. Commissioner
Perfect.
Fernandez.
Yeah, Commissioner Sinai, Cathedral Catholic High School is the boundary in the middle of it, or it kind of looks like it's in the middle of it?
No, it's on one side or the other. I believe.
As far as I can tell from this map, it looks like it's in the central SD district.
Yeah, that looks about right. I don't.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any opposition. General consensus is to move forward, and so we'll accept this change and we'll move on to the next portion of San Diego. If not, El Cajon was raised. Is there a general consensus to explore a possibility of putting El Cajon in one district? I think we explored various aspects of this before. And so I'm just curious if there's a desire to explore that. It's a pretty densely populated area. Looking around the room, Commissioner Turner? No?
I think we tried that several different times and ways, and so I don't see that happening.
Okay, yeah, we did try it various ways, so we'll move on to a next potential refinement in the San Diego area. Any additional refinements for the San Diego area at this time? None from Commissioner Sinai. Anybody else? Not seeing any. Here, Commissioner Sadwani.
Not a refinement, but I noticed several folks called in about Mira Mesa. I just want to, if we can just take a double look at that. I'm pretty sure we went back and cleaned that up on Saturday. I just want to confirm that, yes, Mira Mesa appears to be as whole as possible given the deviation issues that we had looked at.
Can we zoom in into Mira Mesa? Just to verify that it is kept whole.
And I believe it's a neighborhood, so I don't know that we have specific boundaries, but it looks like I recall we had gone back to do our cleanup to make sure it was whole. So I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai.
I double and triple checked the legal boundaries, and the legal boundaries is the 15. And so, and the creek, like we have it, I think some feel like it's split just, because, there's that area on the right, but that's another neighborhood, right of the 15, but it is a community that's growing. But Mira Mesa does stop at the 15, so we've covered it. The other one we have covered that came up as well was moving La Presa into Lemon Grove and Spring Valley, and we had already done that as well.
Thank you. Let's see. Any other, so it does look like we have Mira Mesa as whole as we possibly can. Any other review of San Diego? I'm saying, wow, no more hands? Okay, so let's move on to the next region then. How about we move on to, Siobhan, can you move on to the next region we were working on, or that commissioners have been working on?
Yeah, would you like me to move to Orange County?
Sure. And I did see various iterations and visualizations for this area.
I know that Commissioner Kutagawa had some proposed changes that she had presented.
So let's ask Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kutagawa, are you ready to present some of your proposed refinements?
Yes.
Because we can also come back if you're not. You're ready.
I mean, either way.
No, if you're ready, we're ready. We're ready whenever you are.
Okay. So I sent 6 maps. They're mostly, there was actually real changes to, I think, 3, but the others I sent because I had to pull some population from some other ones. This is from using the QGIS tool, the Draw My CA district or Draw My CA tool. Let me just start by just explaining where it started. 1, Fullerton. 2, trying to bring more of a true, at least as much as possible, not necessarily all because it's just not feasible population-wise to create an all-coastal district, but to at least try to bring in Seal Beach so that there can be at least some semblance of an all-coastal district. And secondly, in reading through the COI testimonies again, I looked at the Lake Forest, Laguna Hills, Laguna Woods, together with Irvine, and they all express more of an affinity to be in a more inland district. So in looking at creating more of a true coastal district, there were some swaps that I made based on it. I also want to just acknowledge the Vietnamese community to bring in the Little Saigon area into an entirely coastal district would mean splits, bigger splits in the Little Saigon area, and I chose to keep it as is to preserve at least the main core based on the COI testimony that we have received that Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, and Midway City were the core cities in particular. I did hear what you're saying. I did play around with some different options. It just was not possible to make the population deviations work with the core cities included with the coastal cities. And since those are more inland, I chose to just try to preserve the core Vietnamese Little Saigon Khoi. So just to explain, let me just start with the, I guess, also I wanted to acknowledge the Fullerton, the request from Fullerton to stay whole. I also want to just say we did receive some additional COI testimony this afternoon or this morning about some concerns about South Fullerton. Let me just present what the Latino CVAP numbers look for in that area, which is inclusive of South Fullerton, and then I guess what we could do is see if there would be. But it's not a veer. Okay. All right. So first off, let me start with the North OC coast. On this particular one that I presented, I was able to move Seal Beach in, keep Huntington Beach whole, move it. I moved Costa Mesa in. This does break up one of the COI requests, but there was, again, competing COI requests around Costa Mesa, of which we did also hear tonight. But moving Costa Mesa into the NOC coast along with Newport Beach did enable a little bit more of the population balance that would be needed to also then move Lake Forest, Laguna Woods, and Laguna Hills into a more inland district. It does include Aliso Viejo and Laguna Beach, as well as the Wilderness District. What that then set off is then I moved, that left Garden Grove or the GGW district short of population. I did move Cypress into it. I now realize that it does break up the Amemsa COI. However, there was also additional COI requests from residents in the Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Cypress areas to be together in a district. And so bringing Cypress in to the GGW district did allow for those cities to stay together in that particular way. Then onto the NOC district. With the NOC district, moving Cypress into the district also then created room for all of Fullerton to be in the NOC district. To balance out the deviation, I also took some small parts of Placentia along the 57 freeway, which are very similar in terms of profile. A lot of apartments, students, other essential, and a lot of other low-income workers as well too. Very diverse in terms of Latino, but also working class Asians as well too. I just wanted to note on this particular one, the Latino CVAP, although this is not a VRA district, it is very close to Santa Ana, so I was conscious of that. So I want to note that according to the QGIS, the Latino CVAP would be around 41.08%. The Asian CVAP would become 31.97. Both are much higher than our current NOC district CVAPs especially for the Latino community. So I wanted to note that. I did send the LAOSB only because I had to pull some of the population from LAOSB to ensure that I could stay under the deviation for both NOC, for NOC, and then so I just try to take just enough out of Placentia to keep NOC under 5 and LAOSB under 5. And then also I just want to note the last change that I made, and this is the other additional ripple effect. Irvine, I mentioned that I was able to combine Irvine with Lake Forest I was not able to move North Tustin back in. It was just going to rob the LA OSB district of too much, but Irvine and Lake Forest had also, I saw quite a bit of COI testimony that they would like to be together with Irvine. That also is the same for Laguna Woods and Laguna Hills. So all the inland cities are together. The only other split that I had to do was to add the very northern part of Lake Forest, which is above the toll road, the 241 toll road. I had to take that to put it into the inland OC RC district to balance out the Irvine deviation. So, and I did not touch SOC NSD. So now there is balance, and I think this creates it addresses some of the requests, although now I realize the AMEMSA COI did get broken up, and I do apologize for that, and I could not fully accommodate the Little Saigon request, but we were still able to keep the core together. And as I had mentioned, the other alternative would be a complete dismantling of Little Saigon, which I think that would be worse.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, for that recap. So maybe we should take each one of these at a time. Probably starting with the first one we discussed, and I believe that was the coastal. If I remember correctly, we started with the coastal, then we went to Fullerton. Remind me if that's correct, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I mean, either order is fine. Some of the PDFs that I did, I was just doing it as I was doing it, so I hadn't fixed the other area. So if the deviations look off, it's because I was just doing it as I was going, so I don't lose it. So.
Okay. Savon, can you show us the maps as they were, as there was general consensus on the maps that are being proposed? Is there a way to overlap them?
This is the only map. The changes that Commissioner Kutagawa was just talking about, she did on her own mapping software. I don't have those maps, so we would have to walk through and make those changes live.
Siobhan, I did send the shape files to Andrew.
Okay, I would still need to make those changes live. I don't have that ready.
Okay, so let's, is there a way to see what, I guess not. So let's start with the first one, Commissioner Kutagawa. What's your first, questions. Let's go to the questions first and then we'll start. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, for going through this, and that's obviously spent a lot of time. I couldn't quite tell in the, I guess it's the Garden Grove one. So the way it looks on your maps, not what we're actually looking at here. I believe Seal Beach is no longer in, and Cypress is. Is that correct? Just for this particular one.
Seal Beach is in NOC Coast, and Cypress has been moved into GGW.
Okay. Did the Stanton coming out of that, would that have helped at all?
No, unfortunately it didn't. I did explore that too. As a way to also even split Cypress so that the northern part of Cypress could remain in NOC, but it what it did is it rendered Garden Grove under deviation and NOC a little bit too over deviation.
Okay, thank you very much. I was pretty sure you had done that, but I wanted to voice that for the public who kept on saying, well, if you just take Stanton out, it'll all work. And unfortunately, some of the things we think look great, when you put the numbers on them, they don't actually work out. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a little bit more of a process and what would be the best way. I really appreciate these maps that Commissioner Kutagawa have submitted. And yes, definitely want to start working through it. However, I wanted, from a process perspective, I was asked also to work on the Los Angeles areas, and I have also submitted some maps that actually end up impacting some of this area and some of the things that Commissioner Kutagawa, you were attempting to do may be done in this other iteration. And it just did change more districts. It's touched actually 13 districts, but they do all balance. The VRA attorney's already seen it as well and given it kind of a thumbs up. So not to say to land on it, but so I start with process. So if we make changes now, I just did at least want to flag that there are other changes that I also want us to at least look at before we finalize on something.
And that's the hard part of these. Anytime we make refinements, there's potential impacts from other areas. So I think we got an overview of the potential refinements in this area. And let's hear other folks. But we've heard the potential refinements here. It may make sense to also look at the potential refinements around the Los Angeles area that will impact here. Let's think about that a little bit and maybe if there's feedback from the commission. So let's go to Commissioner Fernando Sanai, and then we'll get some clarity around process. And Sidwani as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Kutagawa, thank you for this. I did have a question though about your LAOSB district that you sent. And it's really hard to tell with the colors, but it looks like La Habra is in the LAOSB.
Yes, I saw that too. I was assured that it's not, so
okay.
I'm kind of trusting in it.
Okay, thanks.
Otherwise, my deviations are really off.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sanai, and then Commissioner Sidwani.
I was just wondering, for us and for the public, instead of Commissioner Kutagawa talk about it, if we could pull up the PDFs that she created, just so we have a better visual before we jump into it all.
I'm going to ask staff to do that. Freddie, can you pull them up? They're on our website. The maps that Commissioner Kutagawa has presented and are posted on our website. And we'll need to share them. Savon,
should I go ahead and stop sharing my screen so you can pull those up?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about you stop sharing, and we'll get Director Sehat to share them. In the meantime, let's hear the rest of the folks who have comment. Commissioner Sidwani.
Yeah, just first of all, thank you to Commissioner Kutagawa for taking the time to look through this more closely. There's a couple things that give me pause about these plans. It's definitely preferencing certain COIs over others. I'm not sure that I personally will agree with the outcome of that. That being said, from a process perspective, as Commissioner Turner raised, when we went through this before we started this evening, Chair, you had asked us our top priorities. And from my count, there were 7 commissioners who identified Los Angeles as a priority area, including Commissioner Kutagawa. Only 1 identified Orange County as a priority area. So I hearing Commissioner Turner that some of the changes in LA might impact Orange County, I would argue that perhaps it would make sense to work on other areas and come back to Orange County before we spend a lot of time here. It sounds like it's going to take quite a long time of exploration if Sivan has to go through each one of these changes and prioritize those areas that more commissioners had identified first. That doesn't mean we need to go to LA right now. I know you have your own plan, but I remember there was additional cleanup in the Central Valley, or excuse me, the Coachella Valley and other locations before we even get to LA. So I'm just thinking about time management and the realistic priorities as we move forward in this process for tonight.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sidwani. And I'll just ask, in terms of process, I also am interested in hearing lots of changes proposed for the OC, just the thought process about what's driving some of those changes, because that may also help us. It may be that some of the impacts, some of the changes in Los Angeles might actually help us in the OC or not, but at least we'll know. And so I'm just curious if you could just help us think about the process, why the changes, Commissioner Kutagawa, why the proposed changes. Is it because of COID? Is it because of balancing the districts, uniting So just interested in hearing your rationale for the changes.
Yeah, so it is about hearing the testimonies and reading through the COI inputs. Fullerton, I also wanted to try to figure out how to make Fullerton work as well too. So I looked at all of it together. Also, I will say that I've been hearing about, the inland versus the coastal. I think it's debatable for some, but, living there, I do know the difference. And I think that even though there are very different coastal cities, Seal Beach is very different from San Clemente, as is Newport Beach, from, even Seal Beach too, but they are coastal cities. And I think that there are a lot of common issues. And I think as we're looking at climate change too, I think that that is a concern that I have, and having as we heard from some of those, I think that's why it got me thinking, especially to try to make Fullerton work as well too. I just explore that. Now, with that said, I'm definitely would like to see what Commissioner Turner has done and to see what is, what she's come up with as well too. I don't think we need to do it right, make these changes right now.
Okay, thank you so much, and that's helpful in terms of having the background in terms of the rationale for potential changes. All right, so let's see where we head next, and then we'll come back. We have changes. There were 1, 2, 3, 4 Coachella Valleys. Potential changes in the Coachella Valley. So let's go down to the Coachella Valley for now, and we'll come back to the OC later. Probably after we go through Los Angeles, because that was the focus for quite a few folks, and that potentially may have some impacts on the OC. And probably has some alignment in terms of some of the goals that Commissioner Quinta was trying to achieve as well. So in the OC, in the Coachella Valley, can we have, we had quite a few people raise this, so Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Sinai, how about any hands raised over here? Well, let's start with the change that is posted. Commissioner Sidwani, do you want to start?
No, I wasn't aware that there was a change posted, so let's take a look at that. I'll just note, hearing loud and clear, not La Quinta, that's totally fine with me. But my question, as I raised last time, was then where? We had had through Desert Hot Springs in our draft, and that was removed. So just curious about where we can go from here.
So we've been looking at options for La Quinta, and Karen can walk us through some of these. She's been, I asked her to take a look at potential options for La Quinta, and so as soon as she's available to speak through it, she's been looking at the various options of how we can or not make that work, and we can talk through that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And to say, to thank the mappers and acknowledge that, yes, I did say if we couldn't have La Quinta fully in the MBCV district, could it at least be made whole? And we do have 3 options for us to make it whole, but again, making it whole in SECA, and what we're hearing loud and clear is that the better option is to have it whole, but in MBCV. So we're back to looking at how could we make it whole in MBCV. I come back to maybe the way to do that, and we need to look at all of the deviations, is moving Homestead Valley and 29 Palms and the Marine Base out of MBCV into VVHD. I'd also like to look at some cleanup in that area of SECA south and west of Palm Springs. As Commissioner Sinai had mentioned the other day, we are separating Anza from Borrego Springs, and there are some, it just seems to me that that area south and west of Palm Springs would better be divided in 3 different directions. Part of it into MBCV, part of it into SESDC, and part of it into Inland OC-RC. I'm happy to go through those ideas.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Savon, can you speak to the Quinta and options where, because I think you worked through some of these, trying to unite La Quinta with the Palm Springs area.
Actually, Chair, I was given direction to look at options to make La Quinta whole, and all of those solutions are in PDFs that should have been posted. But as Commissioner Kennedy noted, those all kept La Quinta whole within SECA. That was the direction that I received, and I went with what I thought would cause the least disruption to the larger map. I'm happy to talk through what those changes were now, if you would like.
Well, I think what I believe the COI's testimony is to connect La Quinta with other resort-type communities, and that was with Palm Springs and others around there. So I think, are there any options? I think Commissioner Kennedy spoke of a couple of options. Maybe we can go through those to see if any of those would be feasible. Commissioner Kennedy, do you want to speak to some of those options are you interested in exploring possibilities of keeping La Quinta with the Palm Spring area, and is that something we're exploring, or do you have other refinements that you are prioritizing?
Well, that would be the number one objective. Keeping it whole somewhere else is kind of a fallback position. But again, I come back to if we're trying to get La Quinta whole into MBCV and we need to remove population to make room for that, then I would say that what we're looking at is probably Homestead Valley and 29 Palms, and I had commented the other day that 29 Palms and the Marine Base, there is some community support for having 29 Palms and the Marine Base in VVHD because of all of the other military installations in VVHD and the military ties in VVHD.
Thank you. Perhaps we can highlight some of those communities, Savon, and see if there's a potential for a swap.
Yeah, so I've highlighted the portion of La Quinta that's currently in SECA, and that is almost 21,000 people. So just looking at some of those changes proposed, we have, and again, I'd remind the commission and the public that these labels that have population are the pre-adjusted labels, just because of the way that the software works. It was not able to update the prisoner adjusted population total. So these are rough estimates, but just for, sketching in this idea, we have about 28,000 people in 29 Palms. I'm not sure how many people are living or were counted as living on the Marine Base. And then Homestead Valley, about 3,000 people, and then moving those populations into VVHD, and then you'll have to remind me, Commissioner Kennedy, what the next steps after that were.
I was looking at moving Acton and Agua Dulce from VVHD into SCV, and then if we need to move population further, finding space for moving some of those San Fernando Valley communities that are currently in SCV into San Fernando Valley districts.
Yeah, so it looks like Acton and Agua Dulce together are about 11,000 people. You'd be moving those into an already close to 5% over deviated district. So I would like for potentially Jamie to be on, just because this is going to impact a lot of the areas that she's worked on, and I'm not sure what those ripple effects would be through the city of San Diego, but we're looking at a really big shift in this region.
Right. We also have room to absorb population in the 210 district. I hadn't really been looking at that so far, but that's another option that we have.
Let's hear from Commissioner Sinai.
So what we've been hearing, if we can go back to the Coachella Valley and what this is a VRA district, and what the community's been asked, what we've heard in the last 24 hours has been, moving La Quinta out and moving towards, it's hard to do Cathedral City and Desert Hot Springs unless we took out a bunch. It's kind of like a loop. It would be a funny loop. But I just wanted to ask, is there a way that we can try, to add one of those areas? Or the other one would be Desert Hot Springs, but then you've got Desert Edge right by there. Well, I guess you can go through the unincorporated areas. But I did want to bring up that was what the community has been asking for.
Let's go to Commissioner Kennedy.
We've also heard from the Filipino community, the LGBTQ community, and the Black community that we need to keep Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, and Cat City together. So again, we're not going to make everybody happy with everything, and my sense is that if we are able to move La Quinta in with most of the other cities in the valley, that might be the best we can do to satisfy as many as possible without causing more damage in the process. That's just a personal sense.
So we're approaching our break at 6:15. I'm going to ask Yvonne and Jamie to explore what we've just discussed, potentially shifting some population and swapping some population into other districts during the break, and see if there's any options that might be viable. And if additional clarification on the direction that was given by or recommendation given by Commissioner Kennedy is needed, he is available to provide it. And when we come back, we'll recap what was done during the break. All right, so 15 minutes for 15-minute break. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are visualizing in the Coachella Valley, focused around the La Quinta area and Palm Springs. We have been working across, Sivan, our line drawer, has been working through the break to try to find some solutions to uniting La Quinta with the Palm Springs and other communities. Sivan, do you have any update on what you were able to accomplish during the break?
I believe that Commissioner Kennedy and Jamie met offline. Commissioner Kennedy, I'll have you discuss what you decided.
Thank you. They may just be continuing to work through this. So let's for now, we'll come back to this. Any other changes in in this area, the Coachella Valley? Seeing none, we'll come back to the Coachella Valley once we have Commissioner Kennedy back with us. In the meantime, let's head down to the Imperial County. Just want to make sure there's no refinements in the Imperial County. I didn't hear any during our prioritization, but just want to make sure. Any refinements in this area proposed by commissioners? Looks like this area is set. All right, perfect. Let's go on. So at this time, because the OC is still, we're waiting for Los Angeles for the OC. We're waiting for some additional refinements in the Coachella Valley. Let's go to Los Angeles. So we'll need to switch line drawers for Los Angeles.
I think if Commissioner Kennedy isn't back, then Jamie isn't ready either. I do have the shapefile loaded in from Commissioner Kutagawa if you'd like to take a look at that in Orange County.
Oh, if you have the shapefiles, let's go to Orange County to take a look at the shapefiles. We'll probably still have to go up to Los Angeles, given that the potential impact of the changes down there might impact some of these, but maybe not. So let's take a look at them.
Okay. So what I believe I'm displaying in these numbers are the deviations, although I'm waiting for confirmation from Commissioner Kutagawa about the field name. Do these look correct? Oh, okay. It looks like Jamie is ready. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and Jamie's going to step in and talk about what she and Commissioner Kennedy discussed. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so we'll go back to the Coachella Valley.
Hi, everyone. Oh, my
Hey, Jamie.
video.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good to see you all. So Commissioner Kennedy and I were in the middle of working. We haven't found a solid solution quite yet. Some of this stuff just takes more than 15 minutes. And so I guess just was kind of listening with half an ear to the meeting while we were in that meeting, and is the request to move on to LA right now, and then maybe Sivan could work on this trade, this population trade with Commissioner Kennedy while we're looking at LA County.
That is possible. Before we move on to Los Angeles, could you just please share some of the things that you have tried during the break, just so that the public has an update of what was being done during the break?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we moved La Quinta from SECA to MBCV, which made MBCV overpopulated. I think it was in the 8%, something like that. And we were exploring moving 29 Palms and Homestead Valley into VVHD. That made VVHD overpopulated by 8.73%. And then we were also looking at adding Acton and Agua Dulce into the Santa Clarita Valley Base District, which made that 7.3%. We didn't get much further than that. And then we had just kind of started talking about other potential options. And that's where we left off.
Okay, so let's move on to Los Angeles. In the meantime, if Sivan can continue working on some of the potential changes to the Coachella Valley, and of course, Commissioner Kennedy is available should she need him. All right, let's go to Los Angeles.
I'm just really quickly undoing these changes, which would be really easy for Sivan to replicate on her map, just so then we're all working with the
thank you.
The current iteration in Los Angeles County. So sorry that the map kind of went all over the place there for a second. So this is, right now what's on the screen is the current iteration from 1206, and happy to look into this. I also, review this, explore any changes that the commission would like to explore. I also worked with Commissioner Turner yesterday to create a plan T1, I think was what Commissioner Turner was wanting to present first. And yeah, happy of course to either go over the current iteration or to look at Commissioner Turner's iteration, whatever the commission wishes.
Let's look at the iterations that Commissioner Turner has. They have been posted. They're posted on our website in our handout section. Commissioner Turner, if you could give the rationale and then go through some of the maps.
Yep, thank you,
And
Chair.
just one moment, please, while I switch over to that plan. And then this way, if the commission wants to look at, it's taking a minute. If the commission wants to adjust any of those lines, then you'll be able to. So apologies for the delay. And now that's on the map.
Okay, so I'll start with just saying that I've started calling this kind of the all-in district, the all-in iteration, because it does kind of touch 13 districts. The goal is to increase the strength of districts in Los Angeles that have been historically disenfranchised, individuals that struggle with lack of infrastructure and economic disinvestment. So the current draft iteration that you'll see, the hope is that we've been able to protect or strengthen VRA districts. It holds much of the Commission's previous direction, and it honors as many COIs as possible. So what I'd like to do is to give you an overview of what's here in the districts, and then have Jamie go through the specifics of the areas. So being responsive to the consistent input that's received regarding the historically disenfranchised communities in South and Central Los Angeles, this plan actually increases opportunities from 2 districts to 4. This draft keeps areas protected by the VRA in districts with over 50% LCVAP. Also, these draft iterations, they were already reviewed by VRA Council, and VRA Council did not identify any issues with this configuration. Another point here is that Koreatown, Chinatown, the historic Filipino district, and Little Tokyo's COIs are now all together in one district. They make Lakewood whole. It keeps Boyle Heights with Pico Union, and it keeps Boyle Heights separate from East Los Angeles, which has been a request of residents of these areas. It keeps downtown Los Angeles with South Central Los Angeles per public input. It keeps Santa Monica whole, though Santa Monica is split in countywide maps that we've received before. And though many multi-district countywide maps that we've received from public require that Long Beach is split in 3 or 4 districts, this iteration only splits Long Beach into 1. So that's kind of the high overview. But in order to make that happen, it really did touch more than just a couple of areas. So if we can go through the T1 now, Jamie, starting with any area that you want to start with, we can go through them.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I'm going to start. I think starting in the VRA areas makes sense. The West San Gabriel Valley and East San Gabriel Valley districts were not touched in this iteration. AD 60 corridor changed a little bit. Part of that was kind of looking at it began with there was commission direction to maybe have to kind of combine AD Gateway and the 85 corridor to mesh them together. We did try that, and it made one of the districts over 80% Latino CVAP. So that wasn't possible, but kind of working with, I don't know, some some of that conceptually led to this after
Got
some
the ball
rework.
rolling. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got the ball rolling. Thank you. So 8060 corridor includes Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights. And then a difference is that it includes Montebello now. So Montebello and Pico Rivera are back together. And just for population purposes, Whittier is split here. And I would also, just a quick note, is that there's also a non-contiguous little tiny piece of Whittier up here. So moving Whittier into a different, anyway, if Whittier wasn't wholly in 8060 corridor, then it like maybe would be split anyway, because there's a little non-contiguous piece. Just a note for everyone to know. AD5 corridor includes La Habra, the southern part of Whittier, East Whittier, La Mirada, South Whittier, Santa Fe Springs, Norwalk, and Downey. And Whittier is the only city that's split. And the Latino CVAP in that is now 61.14%. And then 85 Gateway. Some of the most northern gateway cities are not in this visualization or this iteration. So that's a difference, but it includes Bell, Huntington Park, Walnut Park, Southgate, Linwood, which is whole, Paramount, Bellflower, and Lakewood, which is whole. In our previous iteration, Lakewood was split, but in this, it's whole, and the Latino CVAP in 80 Gateway is, in this iteration, is 68.18%. Something that maybe we can look at later, which is a smaller change and isn't in LA County, is that Commissioner Turner also looked at this split in Fullerton and moved this line to above the colleges. So just a note on that. And that's how Lakewood could be whole. So those are the VRA areas. And then I think that it makes sense to talk about this. I'm just going to zoom out the map so we can all see, to kind of go from there and then go kind of counterclockwise to look at the changes. Because there is, it's another LA County remix. So there's big changes. So then looking at NELA. NELA includes Bell Gardens, Commerce, Maywood, and Vernon, these were moved from 80 Gateway and also 60 Corridor. Mm-hmm. It includes Boyle Heights, which is not with the city of East Los Angeles, and then including Chinatown, Tokyo is here, with Pico Union, Westlake, Rampart Village, and Koreatown. Mm-hmm. So that's NELA. It's negative 2.07% deviation. Moving to Glen, North LA. It's now East Los Angeles with El Sereno, Eagle Rock, the southern part of Glendale, Echo Park, Silver Lake, Los Feliz. And this is 4.86% deviation. And then looking at AD West Side, a change is it's Santa Monica with the west, some of the West Side neighborhoods, West Los Angeles, Westwood, and West Side Neighborhood Council, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, and this Mid-City Neighborhood Council is split for population. Includes Greater Wilshire and Hollywood areas, including the Hollywood Hills. I would say also that the district with Malibu also includes Bel Air, Beverly Crest for population. And then looking at N10, this includes Mar Vista and Del Rey with Palms, Culver City, which is whole, South Robertson, Ladera Heights, View Park, and this is sort of Crenshaw area, Mid-City and West Adams, Jefferson Park, Olympic Park, Pico, are all neighborhoods that are in this iteration and includes sort of the southern area of Mid-City. Looking at 110 LA. This includes downtown Los Angeles with historic South Central, USC, Zapata King, and Central Alameda. Florence is in this iteration with Can-Do, or the 9th District. I can zoom in here. This is including Chesterfield Square, these areas north of 110. Gonna zoom out to 105 corridor. This includes Venice, Marina del Rey, LAX, with Inglewood, Lenox, Hawthorne, Lawndale, the northern part of Gardena, West Athens, Westmont, and then just east of Westmont, this boundary is at 110. I'm going to move on to AD South Bay. This includes El Segundo down to Palos Verdes and Rolling Hills. It includes all of Torrance, the southern part of Gardena, includes Lomita. And I'll zoom in here because for population between these two districts, it includes Harbor Gateway South and Harbor City neighborhood councils, and the northern part of Northwest San Pedro. The northern part of Northwest San Pedro Neighborhood Council. This is the Defense Fuel Supply Point. Just zooming in so we can see where that split is. And then looking at this district that includes Long Beach, it does have San Pedro and Wilmington with the southern part of the city of Long Beach and also Signal Hill. That is for population purposes. Those are together. And then this northern part of Long Beach is with Carson, West Carson, Compton, Willowbrook, Watts, West Rancho Dominguez. And just a note is that I know that that the direction from the commission was to have Del Amo be the border here for a split in Long Beach, and just for population, it had to be a little bit further south of that. And so this is on Carson Street, roughly, Carson and San Antonio. And those are the districts that were changed in this iteration from Commissioner Turner.
Thank you for sharing those proposed changes. Any questions from the floor?
Oops.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, it's like finding the right buttons. Jamie, could you zoom in on the I think it's the Nila district. Let me just start there. I just want to look at the detail now. Actually, like zoom in like street level. I'm just curious where you cut where you cut that, you said that it includes Little Tokyo, Chinatown, Koreatown, Hi-Fi, and I think it's, but I'm just curious where you put the split for downtown LA.
Yes, thank you. This is at 5th Street, and then up to 4th a little bit. I will put up the COI boundaries of those COI submissions that the commission received.
No,
so that
that's fine. Yeah, as long as you don't go any further up than 4th Street, then you're okay.
Yeah, and this is the Little Tokyo COI that the commission received.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure about that. So thank you. Then the other question I have is, I guess I'm not sure how much that has to be in, but I noticed that Vernon, Commerce, and Bell Gardens are not in. I thought that they had to be in the VRA district, and it seems like to me, Vernon, Commerce, Bell Gardens, Maywood have a lot more in common with the gateway cities than Lakewood and Hawaiian Gardens do. And so I am just kind of concerned about, the choice that was made to keep Lakewood there instead of going north and including those other cities, which I think do belong more in that VRA district and have a lot more in common.
Commissioner Turner? Let's hear from Commissioner Turner first.
I just wanted to name that the district that they're in, because of the, can I still say? Yeah, they were in the VRA district before. Now they're in a district with, I think, still high CVAP numbers. I'm not sure how much I can say, but they're in a like district now that didn't bring them any harm, which is why we had the VRA attorneys kind of look at this area to make sure that we weren't bringing someone out of an area that's going to be harmed. They're protected still, I think.
Was that the only way? Only because, you're still, Lakewood and Hawaiian Gardens don't have a lot to do with, the other cities, as we've heard. So that's why that was just more my question.
Oh, Jamie.
Yeah, and we have had Lakewood in the VRA districts and out of the VRA districts, and ultimately the commission decided to bring Lakewood back into the VRA districts for that Latino CVAP, because removing Lakewood from these districts would bring the Latino CVAP really high up.
Thank you, Jamie.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a quick question for council about the neck and bell. It's a compactness question. That's a pretty thin neck, so I'm just curious in terms of legal counsel's opinion on that.
Good evening, Chair. Jamie, does this basically follow the city boundaries of Bell?
Yeah, that's exactly the city boundaries of Bell.
Okay. In that case, I'm not concerned about compactness.
Okay, thank you, especially because it's in the VRA district, and compactness falls below VRA. Okay, Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question actually, and it's about the ports. So it's a little further south on the map, please. Because we've obviously heard from both areas here, and they are indeed competitors, and have pretty much said we don't want to be with each other. And I'm just wondering if, there's the area of Long Beach, which was the north area of Long Beach, which was cut out. I'm wondering if that could switch for part of the port. Basically that area of Long Beach come back into AD LBC, and part of the area of the port go into, I guess it's at South LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You could answer that. Thank you.
So that is possible with population switches and configuration like this. I think what Commissioner Turner was going for with a configuration like this is sort of respecting some of the testimony, specifically with black kois in southern LA and central LA.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez?
Excuse me, could I finish up on the question?
Oh, sure. Certainly, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'm wondering that area in Long Beach, though, that's, unless it was, does that area have to do with the Compton and that particular grouping? Because I was under the impression that that portion was not, and the port actually did want to be with Carson. You know, they wanted to go sort of north in that direction, the LA port. Is that, am I missing something on that?
So I think that part of LA, of Long Beach rather, is part of the COI. And additionally, you know, some of the input that the commission has received does try and keep the ports separate, but the way that that's accomplished is basically by putting this northern part of Long Beach in with the South LA district and then splitting the ports, but having the San Pedro area still go with parts of Long Beach and further north. So instead of having Long Beach be part of 2 districts, it's part of 3 districts instead of 2, is the way that that is accomplished by some of the county-wide maps that the commission has received.
Yeah, no, I understood that. No, I was actually talking about, you know, just switching literally that chunk in and the other portion up, because it's a negative 4.57 versus a positive 2.57. But again, if there's a community of interest that has the opposite of that, I just like to kind of know what it was. But thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you so much, Commissioner Turner, for putting this together. I like what this sort of composition does for South LA. Not super thrilled at the idea of San Pedro and Long Beach sharing a district, but I feel like I can live with that. I would just like to go back to my unpopular opinion that in Northeast LA, I'm still really concerned about breaking up East Los Angeles from Boyle Heights. Trust me, I have heard and seen and read the COI testimony asking for those two communities of interest to be in separate districts, wholly in separate districts. And I understand the reasoning, especially from what I've heard today, is that historically, both Boyle Heights and East LA have had their own, what they view as sort of their own representative to advocate strongly for their community. And I totally hear that, and that makes sense, and I think that's really valid. And I still am concerned that by breaking up what in this broader region together with Boyle Heights and East LA in particular, that we are breaking up a historically immigrant community. And that just really concerns me given the demographic changes, particularly in income, especially as it relates to the more northern parts of Northeast LA. So Eagle Rock, Gliselle Park, Echo Park, just even in the last 10 years, the demographics of these communities have changed so significantly. And I'm in thinking ahead to the next 10 years, I'm just really concerned, especially about, communities of Highland Park, Gliselle Park, even East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights are all experiencing this same trend of gentrification and higher income folks moving into these areas because housing is relatively cheap. And I just think in terms of, again, we're looking at state representation, not local or county. In terms of state representation, I just feel like the community of interest in question here for me, as I see it, is housing policy and state housing policy. And I just feel like thinking of the communities of Boyle Heights, East LA, and the rest of Northeast Los Angeles feel like a community to me that has a huge housing policy interest that I'm really concerned about breaking up. So again, I hear the community of interest, and I'm willing to go the way of the commission again, because it seems like this iteration does a lot of additional good things in other communities in LA. But just I really don't like the way Northeast LA is visualized in this. But thank you, Jamie and Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. And if there's any suggestions you'd like to make or modifications, please let us know. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Coming back to the gateway cities and the 5 corridor, I agree with Commissioner Vasquez that, it to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense to group Lakewood with Huntington Park and Walnut Park. And the idea was to look at Lakewood, Bellflower, Norwalk, Santa Fe Springs, that part, and the more northwest, kind of a northwest southeast divide of these two districts. I hear the issue of creating a district with a very high Latino CVAP, but the reality is that's the underlying population. I don't see that we're seeking to pack anybody. We're just trying to make districts make sense as far as who they're representing. And if there's a super dense high percentage population in one area, it's almost the opposite. We'd be breaking that community apart if we didn't have it grouped together. So it's I guess a disappointment. If we have to go with it, we have to go with it. Again, hearing the voices from Florence Graham wanting to be with Huntington Park and Walnut Park. We hear you. Again, if we can't, we can't, but we do hear you, and we understand you. And I think finally, just, we've once again cut off Silver Lake from West Hollywood and Hollywood. Again, we hear you. If we have to do it, we have to do it. Don't like it, but and I guess the other thing is Glendale and East LA. That kind of has me scratching my head. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Akutagawa, then Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Kennedy was just saying. With that said, I have some questions. Again, I just want to perhaps just, and you may have already talked about this, but what we did hear from the Florence Graham residents was that they were asking, could Walnut Park be placed with them and maybe even a part of Huntington Park, which then may, to my mind, which could open up some room and also CVAP to bring in perhaps Maywood and or even Vernon, whether it's all, because they share very, very similar kind of challenges, a lot of environmental challenges because of the shipping. There's a big rail yard there. There's also the traffic from the 710. It's very much industrial. Not a lot of people, actually, I found out, live in Vernon, but the people who do live there face very similar challenges, a lot of low income, again, disadvantaged communities there as well, too. And I am a little concerned about them being in, not that they don't share similarities with the NELA cities, but I think to Commissioner Kennedy's point, it's just a question of whether or not they feel that affinity with each other as well, too. But I mean, it's just, I guess I'll just say, like with many places, we've just had to make some very tough decisions, and not everybody is going to be happy. And it's about preserving at least the core of those communities. But if we can, You know, I just want to mention that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Let's go to Commissioner Sinai, then Fernandez, E, and Sidwani.
Wow. Commissioner Turner, Davey, wow. You know, it's not 100%. Nothing can be 100% where we hear every single COI. I am concerned about the ports, but I'm going to turn it into a positive and say, hey, San Pedro, you're together. You're whole now. So you know, it's just anything we do, we can find COIs that are going to support it, not support it. We're going to make people unhappy, but I feel like this is kind of, if you took a big step back on what people have been asking and what our values have been as we've been moving through this, you've done a great job. And ports, we heard you, and I'm sorry. If we're going to say sorry, I mean, I feel like if we're going to say sorry to every single person who's called us and we didn't hear them, we'll be here for a long time. So, wow, thank you so much.
I just want to say that we did hear people. We just can't accommodate everyone. We're hearing all kinds of testimony and trying to reconcile it and to prioritize it and unite COIs as we were able to, but we were under so many constraints, especially in this area with VRA and other constraints. Commissioner Kutagawa, then Fernandez. Kutagawa already went, so Fernandez, then Yee.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to thank Commissioner Turner. This was great. I do appreciate being able to separate East LA and Boyle Heights. We've actually been hearing that consistently for months now. And I guess just a comment that if we were to draw this thinking ahead and what's going to happen in the next 10 years, obviously this would look different, but we have to base it on the census information we have now and the communities of interest. And I think this is a very good reflection of what we've heard and what we've been able to accommodate. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Yee, then Commissioner Sidwani.
Yes, just echoing the thanks to Commissioner Turner for all this excellent work and hearing so much input and taking it into consideration and being very skillful and clever and pulling off so many of our goals. Nevertheless, would like to echo Commissioner Anderson's thought about possibly looking at separating the ports, if we could do it by cutting less of North Long Beach, which is already, as we heard from Jamie, cut more than we had hoped. So if that swap were possible, to look into that. Also want to take one last stab at Koreatown. And I think, Jamie, we took the current boundaries are the neighborhood council, not the COI input. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe the COI input is larger and farther to the south. And just wanted to bring it up one last time just to make sure we didn't miss a way to honor the COI boundaries.
So this is the COI boundary for Koreatown, and just looking at how it's drawn, I a couple times have asked the commission, you know, do you want to follow the COI boundaries or the neighborhood boundaries, given that the COI boundaries split Greater Wilshire, and there hasn't been a solid answer. Or I guess like the last time that there was a solid response, it was for now follow the neighborhood boundaries. And I think last time I asked the question, it was kind of I'm not sure. It was not sure. So that's what the COI boundaries are. And the neighborhood boundaries are here, and they are respected to the extent that the census blocks follow the current neighborhood boundaries.
Thank you. Well, you know, I'm for being responsive to COI boundaries, COI input. So, and in this case, at least with 80 West Side, it looks like it would improve the deviations as well. So, I'd be interested in pursuing that.
Thank you.
I'll look at making that change if this is an interest of commission.
Yeah. Thank you.
While you're highlighting that, let's hear from Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Lamont.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Turner, and to Jamie for all your work on this. I think this goes a really long way in meeting many of our goals, and that's really exciting to see. I completely agree with Commissioner Yee, and I feel like I've raised numerous times wanting to support the K-Tunk-Koi boundary, but I was, perhaps that wasn't shared by other commissioners, but I agree with you on that, Commissioner Yee. I feel very uncomfortable about the Long Beach, San Pedro, having those ports kept together. We currently we have heard loud and clear from community of interest testimony that they want to be separate. We also have a current crisis at the ports, so having representation for them would seem to be extraordinarily important. I have said before, and I will raise again, I don't see the problem in Long Beach connecting south into Orange County. We've received community of interest testimony both ways on that, and to me that seems like a reasonable opportunity for us to take a look at. I just want to name some of the odd pairings that do happen in this map. It's not to say that I couldn't live with them, but I just want to at least acknowledge them. Some of the things like Marina del Rey, Venice, and Westchester, very wealthy, beach-oriented or coastal-oriented communities being paired with that koi of Inglewood, Hawthorne, Lawndale, and North Gardena. Again, I could live with that, but somewhat odd. Pico Rivera, Montebello, all the way out to Diamond Bar. Those are pretty industrialized kind of and urban neighborhoods going out to fairly suburban neighborhoods. Again, I could live with that. And I did like actually seeing Downey and Whittier together. I think those communities do have very similar profiles, and that looks reasonable to me. And I just wanted to raise, I fully support splitting Boyle Heights and East LA. I've mentioned that numerous times over, and that is what communities of interest are asking for. So I just want to be really clear that, you know, is this the greatest pairing ever of Commerce Vernon out to Pico Union and Rampart and other places? You know, it's okay. It's okay. And I can most certainly live with it. And I think that respects what communities are asking for and not our own personal preferences or analysis of these areas. So I agree with this. I definitely also, before we move on though, would like to go and take a look at what, if any, impacts this is having in the San Fernando Valley. I know last week I asked to see an exploration of what it would look like to further consolidate the Latino community in those districts, because we were getting quite testimony in doing so. But it appears that now that we have attempted to do that, that the communities aren't happy with the pairing of Glendale to, I think it's all the way out to like Encino or something, which I agree it's a really long stretch and very different kinds of communities in there. So before we move on this evening, I definitely want to make sure we reserve some time to look at San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Commissioner Lamont.
Good evening. I just wanted to also echo the thanks to Commissioner Turner and Jamie in pulling this particular iteration together. I too agree that it, I think, accomplishes a lot of our goals in ways that some of the other iterations have failed to do so. And just knowing Commissioner's thoughtful hand, it's evident in the results. So thank you, Commissioner Turner. And thank you also, Jamie.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Jamie, a quick question. How many Asian, Latino, and Black districts have a CVAP of higher than 50% in the Los Angeles region at this point? I'm just, I don't have the statistics in front of me, and I just wanted for you to enter it into the record so that the public is also aware.
Thank you for that question. There's one district that is over 50% Asian CVAP, which is the West San Gabriel Valley District. In this iteration, there are 9 50% plus Latino CVAP districts. In this iteration, there's 11 if you include the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley.
That would be, sorry, if you include the Victor Valley, that's 11 Latino districts.
11 50% plus Latino CVAP districts. And there's no district that's over 50% Black CVAP. However, there are 4 districts that are over 29% Black CVAP.
Thank you. I appreciate the statistics and the data. Let's go to Commissioner Kutagawa and Vasquez.
My question was on.
Sorry, Commissioner Kutagawa. I think I missed for Commissioner Fernandez, who was first. I think she's been waiting.
Actually, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, good.
But I
That's
I also forgot to thank Jamie. So thank you so much, Jamie. So I think I have to put $5 in the pot.
I thought you were waiting for a long time. Okay, but I probably had a mental note. Commissioner Kutagawa, back to you.
Thank you. I just also want to add my thanks to Jamie and to Commissioner Turner. These maps just generally look really good, and I think feeling good about what we have here. I just have a clarification question, Jamie, on this Koreatown. I now that I'm seeing this in this way, I see what was meant by Koreatown being split 3 times, and so I think it's a small area, and to avoid splitting it in those ways, just like we've tried to avoid splitting other COIs, I think I agree with Commissioner Yee. My only question is, I will say, the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council was rather effective in their visualization, and they have the big stop the split. I was curious, where was previously that split that they spoke about that was so bothersome, and taking off that chunk of Greater Wilshire, is that gonna? It doesn't look like it's that bad. I guess they may disagree, but it doesn't look that bad.
This is the previous assembly district boundary.
Okay.
So this is the split they're talking about. It's the dotted line.
Okay.
And what's highlighted in red right now are the parts of Koreatown that are part of the Koreatown COI. And moving that area into the NELA district would keep everything within the plus or minus 5% deviation.
Great.
Thank you. Let's look for consensus. I'm looking at the floor. Sorry, I have to look on. I have 2 different screens right now. It looks good. It looks good. Lots of consensus. So, okay, let's add it. Great. Let's look at the numbers. Everything looks good. All right. So Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you so much, Jamie.
Oh, Yee and Vasquez.
Just wanted to thank Jamie for her work with this and everything. You're phenomenal.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Vasquez?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to circle back to provide some data so that it doesn't come across that this is my personal preference or personal analysis of the challenges faced in Northeast Los Angeles, which is currently named Glen LA, but what is visualized is largely made up of what is known as Northeast Los Angeles. That area in census numbers reported a decrease in population across many of these historically immigrant populations. Echo Park, Silver Lake, Atwater Village registered the biggest decrease in population according to the LA Times of 5.1% over the last 10 years, which again, if you live in, work in, play in this area as I do, you would know that can't possibly be the case. And so there are other areas, Lincoln Heights and El Sereno, both recorded a decrease of 4%. So I want And there are several quotes in this LA Time article from community members who don't believe that that's because of gentrification, that this community is both experiencing gentrification, but also has, because it's an immigrant population, is a really hard to count population. And I know that we have to draw lines based on the data that we've received from the census. I wanted to put some data behind how vulnerable these communities in this region of Los Angeles are. And by breaking up what I feel is a very hard to count, hard to reach population in Northeast Los Angeles, that we are doing the community as a whole a disservice. So the community that I'm looking at is not just Boyle Heights and East LA, whom we have heard from. I hear a lot from Boyle Heights especially, but I'm looking at this broader community contained in what is currently visualized as Glen LA, and that is the community that I am concerned we are not doing right by splitting up Boyle Heights and East LA. And so again, I can live with this visualization. I don't agree with it, but it's not because of my own personal preferences, but rather that the broader community of Northeast Los Angeles is verifiably marginalized and will continue to be marginalized through the next 10 years as the economics and the residents of these communities shift. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's ask the community. If community members living in these areas, please chime in and let us know what your thoughts are. I know we've received quite a bit of COI information on conflicting COI information, but the more information, the better. So please feel free to call in or to provide input through our online processes. In the meantime, any other comment in this area before we go to the San Fernando Valley? Commissioner Vasquez, or any suggestions on potential refinements?
Yeah, I guess in the interest of being constructive, although I can't imagine, I think we've already attempted this. So it's not even so much that I feel like we need to have Boyle Heights and East LA specifically together. I think my challenge is, in practical terms, with how this is currently visualized, are twofold. One, these gateway cities, Vernon, Commerce, Maywood, paired with a district that includes Koreatown, does not make a ton of sense to me. I think it's one of the odd pairings, as Commissioner Sidwani said. So that doesn't quite make sense to me. In terms of the Glen LA district, I think Los Feliz and Silver Lake in particular do not make sense in the Glen LA district. And if we could particularly remove those two and maybe, again, get population potentially headed down towards downtown LA through Chinatown, that might work. But again, I know that these will have ripples across many other districts. So I also just, it's not, for me, it's not Boyle Heights and East LA must go together. It's that overall Northeast LA, for me, seems to have taken a step back in terms of, again, the demographics and the historical nature of most of the neighborhoods currently most, but not all of the neighborhoods contained in both the Glen LA and the Northeast LA districts.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Any other comment in this area? Commissioner Vasquez, did you want to visualize something? Commissioner Taylor?
No, I was just in tracking along with Commissioner Vasquez's thoughts. It seems that there might be population to shave off of Glen LA. Would you happen to have a few suggestions, Commissioner Vasquez? I'd be interested to hear. Take me with you.
Seems like Commissioner Taylor is willing to go on a journey.
Yeah, I mean, I would start at least on that western portion, that northwestern portion, and start removing population. I'm not sure if we can get Silver Lake back with Hollywood and East Hollywood. That would be an ideal scenario. I'm imagining Jamie probably has some thoughts about where that journey would take us, Commissioner Taylor.
So, Jamie, can you tell us how much population we can shave off and still be within reasonable, within legal limits? It seems to be about 20,000 to me.
Yeah.
Based on my friends around me.
So right now, the deviation of AD West Side is 0.83%. And with Glen LA, it's 4.86%.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier, so I guess earlier, Chair Toledo, you asked for sort of like the breakdown of the CVAPs for different districts. I think that making a change like this could impact those numbers, and also would maybe split some of the neighborhood council areas. Is something we could definitely try. And I think there is some wiggle room in terms of, there's definitely wiggle room in terms of this boundary just in total population. Absolutely.
So you think there's a risk that we might lose some of the minority districts in making these changes?
Yeah, I think
or
that
gain additional. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that in making this change, you might split some of the communities that you have been working to keep together.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Vasquez. Fernandez, and then to Dwani. Sorry, lots of hands raised now. Taylor, Fernandez, then to Dwani.
I mean, how many times Commissioner Vasquez and our names get mixed up? I was just going to ask Commissioner Vasquez, is there like a certain section of Silver Lake in particular? Because I don't think that we're going to be able to take the whole piece of it. So I'm just wondering because it will be about 20,000 would be the maximum that we could probably move out into if we went to the AD West Side, and then maybe a little bit to the NILA, but then you're splitting up Silver Lake potentially 3 times.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Let's hear from Commissioner Sadwani. While Commissioner Vasquez considers that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open to some exploration in this area. However, I'll just say, and again, this is not COI testimony, this is my personal experience in these areas. Yes, it's definitely a region that's going through gentrification. That being said, throughout this entire area, there's also a large immigrant community. Often sometimes less seen than the folks that are moving in. There's also a lot of folks experiencing homelessness throughout these areas, and that's a major issue in this area. I don't, as I've said before, I don't have a problem with this pairing. I think it makes sense in a lot of different ways, but I do think that because Glendale is at play in those San Fernando Valley districts, I don't know where everyone stands on that. I just know that we had a whole lot of comment on it, on this new iteration of the San Fernando Valley. And I think if we have a little bit of a discussion about whether or not folks are okay with it or want to move in a different direction, it might ultimately answer some of these questions in that Glen LA district, only because Glendale is currently split. And if we wanted to take a different approach with Glendale or this within the larger San Fernando Valley, then it might lead to some changes there. I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but I'm just saying it's worth at least having a little bit more of a conversation or hearing from more commissioners about their thoughts on the San Fernando Valley piece. Because the two areas are very much linked through this cut in Glendale. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. seems like we can all live with these things, and there might be some potential. And I'm not talking about San Fernando Valley. I'm talking about the districts we were just looking at. Live with the districts that we were looking at. There might be some potential refinements, and I think that's what we're. Commissioner Vasquez, any potential refinements?
Appreciate that creative thinking, Commissioner Sidwani, and it, reminding me and maybe some of us else that Glendale could. I think Glendale does, in some ways, change the makeup of Glen LA pretty significantly. But I'm also thinking, just in terms of maybe making a small adjustment if things don't radically change otherwise. I'm wondering what putting in Los Feliz to that Hollywood district would do if that I know that Los Feliz and Silver Lake like to go together, but also, anyways, I'm just curious what that would look like.
So are you interested in exploring the possibility of moving 20,000 people out of Los Feliz into the Hollywood or into the neighboring district?
I guess if we can't get all of Los Feliz, it feels like a moot point. But yeah, are there 20,000 people in Los Feliz? Not that I would not believe it, but good grief.
Let's see.
So,
Jamie, can you put the chart on? Oh, there we go. Thank you. You're awesome.
So this change, including all of Los Feliz into the West Side district, would make the deviation of the West Side 5.5%.
So that would take us outside of the deviation.
Yeah, and that's not worth finding elsewhere to get it out of, in my opinion. So thanks for showing.
Thank you for exploring with us. Commissioner Sinai?
So I'm hearing two areas that there's the north part of the San Fernando Valley piece, and I've heard several commissioners talk about the ports, and Commissioner Sidwani did make a recommendation or a hint or whatever we want to call it, and I would feel better accepting that this is the way we have to go if we could explore what Commissioner Sidwani was saying about taking Long Beach and going south. Then I'd be more, if it doesn't work, then I'm willing to say, okay, we tried and the two ports are together.
So your goal would be to separate the pole,
San Pedro and Long Beach, yes, to have them separate as they requested.
So
but I'm one of 14, and so I just want to see where my colleagues are.
Well, you weren't the only one. I think Commissioner Sidwani was talking about potentially having more congressional or it's not congressional in this case, it's assembly. I'm getting my mouth mixed up, but potentially having more representation in this area. Commissioner Sidwani, since you brought it up first, do you want to come to the Long Beach area first or San Fernando Valley?
I mean, if we can explore Long Beach, that would be great.
Great. So let's start off in Long Beach, since we have two commissioners interested in exploring Long Beach. Others may be also, and so I'll ask the room if there's interest in exploring the Long Beach, exploring Long Beach and the separation of these two ports, and I'll go through the room. All right. So let's see. We have Commissioner Sinai just spoke. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I do have a question. Before we go down to Long Beach, I'm thinking that maybe we should just try to take care of San Fernando Valley, because we got so much COI testimony just saying they essentially hate everything about now the San Fernando Valley. And if there is going to be additional architectural changes to the San Fernando Valley that can then help with some of the things that Commissioner Vasquez has been bringing up, I think it's going to ripple down. And so instead of trying to figure something out in Long Beach and then have to fix it again, I'm just thinking we just need to start with San Fernando and go down.
Good point. So let's, any other thoughts on that from the floor?
I would wonder what Jamie thinks.
Jamie, what are your thoughts?
I think that the changes in more of like Central and South LA were kind of contained down, down there.
We lost Jamie. And I think we're losing a couple of other commissioners. Okay, I think we got Sejwani back. Commissioner Sejwani, do you have any thoughts on starting in the San Fernando Valley or starting in Long Beach?
No, I mean, either way, I think whichever way we want to move population. I mean, I'm also I'm keeping in the back of my mind Commissioner Kennedy's potential swaps all the way up and over in that VHH, I forget the title of it, but if we were to make that change to the Acton Agua Dulce area, that would also, I would imagine, impact the San Fernando Valley. So I don't know where's the best starting point for this, because it seems like if we started in the Coachella Valley and moved all the way over, it would be a massive potential ripple. So I'm happy to take the advice of our line drawers, because I think they understand how the maps work.
And I also want to hear from other commissioners too, in terms of, are we comfortable in having ripples throughout the Los Angeles region that we just made changes to and have agreement on? So I want to hear from commissioners on that too. There might be. I mean, let's see what the stomach is. Commissioner Fernando and Commissioner Turner.
I think Jamie was saying something.
Oh, sorry, Jamie. Let's start with you, and then we'll go.
That I think it's important for us all.
Yeah, let's hear from Jamie first, because hopefully your internet's stable now.
Yeah, I'm in.
Awesome.
I think that in terms of the changes to the map for Plan T1, which is what we're looking at now, those were, south of San Fernando Valley, south of Mulholland. The split in Glendale didn't change dramatically. So we could look at San Fernando Valley. As Commissioner Sejwani noted, if there are changes to adding Acton and Agua Dulce to Santa Clarita Valley, that does impact the deviation. And, I think that's something that we could try maybe after exploring other changes, like maybe trying to, pull population down overall from the Santa Clarita Valley based district to kind of make room for those cities. And I would say that that's something, again, that would be, I guess, like a second step to that, from if in considering not changing the entire map of the city of Los Angeles. And then in terms of Long Beach and moving Long Beach with Orange County, that also sounds like potentially big changes. So I think it just kind of depends, like big changes to the map overall. And I think it just kind of depends on what the commission wishes.
You're a trooper, Jamie. Thank you so much for everything you do for us. All right, let's see. Commissioner Fernando, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, either way, for me, it seems like the changes potentially to San Pedro and Long Beach are going to be coupled with Commissioner Kutagawa's changes. So we'd have to go through probably that whole thing all together. And then, as Jamie said, San Fernando Valley, we could probably kind of manage that as a self-contained entity. So either way.
So you're thinking two self-contained areas potentially not impacting Los Angeles so much, or we'll see as we go through. Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say for the number of ways that we looked at the map to be able to achieve what the initial goal, at least that I was directed in, makes me very wary about any major changes that we're doing now. I think that we'll lose many more of the COIs. I think we won't be able to protect a lot of the districts that we were able to find in this iteration. And I am deeply concerned about doing this and considering it. And based on what we can and cannot, consider, I think the way we currently have them arranged takes into consideration a lot of individual testimony, a lot of the partners' testimony, a lot of the maps that have been sent in, a lot of the previous commission direction. And I know that we have said a few different times we cannot accommodate everyone's. And at this point, I guess my greatest concern is by going down this path, we're going to just shift who we are going to consider and be able to protect or at least draw districts to satisfy. So anyway, I'm concerned about making any changes at this point that would cause a major shift.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Jamie, I think you were nodding your head. Was that potential changes to COIs, or what were what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think that it might be hard to keep the ports unless you would wish to split Long Beach into more than 2 districts. It may be hard to keep the ports separate and maintain some of the districts, or specifically the AD South LA district, kind of as it is configured now. And also, there are a lot of ideas. So I guess, yeah.
And you did do a rundown throughout this area, what the changes that were made. The Commissioner Turner did as well, the reasoning for it, very, very well articulated by Commissioner Turner. So at this point, let's hear from Commissioner Kutagawa and Sidwani and Sinai and see where we explore or not, depending on what the will of the commission. Let's hear from Kutagawa.
Hey, Jamie, could just off the top of your head, or just kind of a guesstimate, where do you think another split for Long Beach would actually occur to try to keep the 2 ports separate?
Like if there were 3 districts that contained Long Beach.
Yes.
The way that I have seen it done by some of the county-wide submissions that were made is that, if I'm remembering correctly, sort of like this part of Long Beach is with South LA, and then Wilmington and San Pedro go, I think, up here and are connected with like Paramount, for example, cut through here. And then the rest of Long Beach, I think, goes with Bellflower and Lakewood and Seal Beach and Huntington Beach. That's how I've seen it.
Jamie, I guess I'm curious. Do you think the San Fernando Valley changes can be localized? Do you think the Long Beach changes can be localized? Since we're trying to, we worked so hard on Los Angeles over the last it hasn't even been days, it's been months, right? It's been months since we've been looking at Los Angeles and we're reworking it, and you've done countless iterations here and visualization. So is there any way that you think we can localize some of the changes that we're thinking up in the San Fernando Valley or even in the Long Beach area?
I think that the San Fernando Valley, swaps could definitely be localized. And I don't know what the suggestions are for Long Beach, so it's hard to say.
So let's hear from the floor to see if there's any suggestions on the Long Beach area, and we can think through those. I also want to hear how the exploration in the Coachella Valley is having with Savon. So I'll get an update on that, or we'll all get an update on that in a few minutes. All right. So, all right. Any suggestions on Long Beach and how to localize changes?
Yeah.
Commissioner Yee, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, for a localized change, want to try bringing Wilmington down to coastal San Pedro into AD South LA, and then swapping that for as much of North Long Beach as it takes to balance out.
One moment, please.
In the meantime, let's hear from Commissioner Sadwani.
Mine was similar. I was going to say, I know that there's been conflicted testimony about North Long. Actually, it's not that conflicted, right? Even the city of Long Beach has said that it's reasonable to split North Long Beach. And I believe the boundary that they've consistently said is Del Amo Boulevard. So to me, if we went as north as Del Amo, could we pick up whatever else we needed by dipping into Orange County?
How about let's explore that next?
Of course, yes, absolutely. It's actually it's not terribly different from Commissioner Yee. I think I want to be sensitive though, because I know that there are considerations that have been raised by historic African American communities, and I definitely want to see what the possibilities are to respect both of those communities of interest, if possible. And
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani.
So I'm just going to make this switch so that we can see the impacts on the districts. Both of them would be within plus or minus 5% deviation. For AD South LA, the percent deviation would be negative 0.4%. The Latino CVAP would be 47.54%. The Black CVAP would be 26.19%. Asian CVAP would be 10.7%, and white CVAP would be 13.26%. For the Long Beach district, the percent deviation would be negative 1.6%. Latino CVAP, I'm sorry, I'm going to slow down for the interpreters. Sorry about that. For the Long Beach district, the percent deviation would be negative 1.6%. Latino CVAP, 31.65%. Asian CVAP, Black CVAP, 14.69%. Asian CVAP, 14.29%. White CVAP, 36.85%.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from the floor. It does look to me that we are potentially splitting some essential worker communities, some working class and low income communities in this area. But let's hear from the floor. I just want to see if there's consensus on this in terms of moving forward. So if you're interested in moving forward with this, please, I'm just looking for consensus. And I'm not saying consensus.
Chair Toledo, should I revert these changes?
Yeah, let's revert these changes and let's go to Commissioner Sadwani's proposal. Commissioner Sadwani has her hands up, actually. So let's hear from Sadwani, then from Yi, then from Akutagawa.
Yeah, before we revert them, I think what I've been wanting to try for quite some time is maintaining a portion of North Long Beach with the ADSTHLA, but then looking at how much population we would have to pick up, whether that's portions coming out of NOC, which is already underpopulated, or Seal Beach, something in Orange County potentially. The 80 Gateway, I know Lakewood, 80 Gateway currently is slightly overpopulated. I'm trying to see how much population it is that we would actually need to account for. Lakewood previously had been split and paired with Long Beach and was not in that VRA district. So I think that I'm curious if there's opportunities that can be explored if we put a portion of North Long Beach back in with the ADSTHLA.
Commissioner Sadwani, just to clarify, would Wilmington and San Pedro be with AD, this Compton and Carson district?
Well, we're currently somewhat underpopulated. So what I'd like to see is, yes, keep them together, and how much of North Long Beach can we be putting in? Okay. Does that make sense?
So start from here and then add areas in North Long Beach to AD South LA.
Yes. And I'm curious about what impact that has on the ADSTHLA.
One moment, please. So for example, just this.
Okay, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties, and we're almost at our break, our 8 o'clock break. So let's see if we get her back in a second. While we're waiting for her, how about we check in with Commissioner Yi and Akutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had the same idea as Commissioner Sadwani. So obviously all of North Long Beach is too many folks. So maybe starting on the west side, west of the 710 first. And
thank you, Commissioner Yi. Great minds think alike. All right, so let's, Jamie, you're back.
Yes, I hope so. Can you hear me?
So too. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I think I heard to add areas west of the 710 to the South LA district.
Yes, please.
So this highlighted area is west of the 710, and this would be 1.93% deviation for AD South LA, and for the Long Beach Base District, negative 3.93%. I'm just going to pull this down. The Latino CVAP for South LA would be 57.76%. The Black CVAP for South LA would be 26.21%. The Asian CVAP for South LA would be 10.6%, and the white CVAP would be 13.09%. For Long Beach, the deviation would be negative 3.93%. The Latino CVAP would be 31.13%. The Black CVAP would be 14.44%. The Asian CVAP would be 14.45%. The white CVAP would be 37.47%.
Thank you for the exploration. Thoughts from the floor? Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Turner.
I like the exploration. I'd go a little bit more. We still have a % there. We could maybe add a bit to it from the gateway area.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I appreciate what we're trying to do. I just think that it further splits some of our other historic districts and lessens their opportunity to elect candidates of choice.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Any further exploration in this area? Suggestions?